Everyone. The time is 4:32. I would like to call this special FPAC meeting to order. Before we start the meeting, I would like to do our land acknowledgement, if everybody can rise. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Thank you. Before we start a meeting, can we have a roll call if trustees are online? Trustees, if you're online, please identify yourself. Thank you.
Trustee Roger Closingham.
Trustee Pay.
Trustee King.
I think I see Mena Wong also online. Trustee Dawson, yeah. Trustees, if you have joined, please identify yourself.
Trustee Dawson is present.
Trustee Williams here.
Moving along, the agenda item number 2, declaration of possible of conflict of interest. Trustees, you may declare your conflict of interest now, please. Seeing, hearing none. Moving to item number 3, delegations. As we all know that FPAC delegations we are hearing on 26th of March. So we'll move to the item number 4, which is proposed options to balance 2024-25 budget. And who's going to speak on this? Associate Director.
Thank you. First, I will turn it over to our Director, Russell Rollins.
Thank you very much. Good evening, and through the chair. First of all, let me thank all of the staff who have contributed to the proposed budget before you this evening and the options to balance. Considerable time, thought, and analysis has gone into the proposals that you see here this evening. We aspire to the day when the budget development process is actually an opportunity to align our resources with our directions and commitments and to invest in our students' academic and personal success, improving our schools and work sites, and overall organizational effectiveness. I took the opportunity to actually look back on when did that last occur in the Toronto District School Board and found that in 2012, the board debated a $47.4 million deficit. In 2013, the board debated a $27 million deficit and how to reach balance. In 2014, a $12 million deficit. I could go on. We have never, in fact, been in a position, and I do sound sad, but I am losing my voice, so that's why I sound like this. We've never been in a position where we're actually talking about how we're going to build and invest in new programs and services without also managing a deficit. It is our hope that trustees will soon approve a new multi-year strategic plan with strategic directions that set a path for continued growth, deeper engagement, belonging, and innovation, which will strengthen and enliven our programs and services. A copy of the final proposed multi-year strategic plan, which will be presented to the board at PPC on Wednesday, is in your blue folder for your reference this evening. The staffing allocation passed earlier in March, and this proposed operating budget has stabilized many positions and, as you would expect, focuses on K-12, We have done our best to mitigate the direct day-to-day impact on students and our operations. However, there are still many needs that are specific to student needs and operational needs where we as a senior team would like to invest if we were in a different budget position. All of our staff play a valuable role. I'm going to mention just some of the areas in which we would like to further invest, align with the multi-year strategic plan. Coaches aligned to academic directions in the multi-year strategic plan and the Ministry of Education's Student Achievement Plan. Special education, program leadership, guidance, specialist math teachers, and the arts, music, equity, and vice principals. Supports for inclusion, educational assistance, special needs assistance, especially in the earlier grades. We'd like to invest in people in culture, in supporting our disability management, recruitment, introducing new technologies so that our staffing officers are able to spend more time with school and department staff to support our employees. Classroom technologies to augment student learning. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have multiple reading interventions in all of our schools? Or add audio technologies that allow all of our students to hear and engage appropriately in their classes. Additional supports for mental health. You've heard us speak about lowering our ratio of social workers to students so that we can be proactive and supportive. Expanding skills trades apprenticeship centers in our schools, working directly with community and skilled trade partners, leading to youth employment opportunities before graduation. Safety and security innovations, and working with community partners in after-school programming. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a student innovation center and build to a TDSB innovation center, and to strategically invest in professional learning for our business and operations staff for the first time, and continue to support our school-based staff? Those are just a few of the opportunities for us to enrich what we do at TDSB, and to not continue the status quo, but to actually be forward-facing and thinking about what is new on the horizon to support our students' learning and our business practices at TDSB. The Board of Trustees does not own 100% of the deficit. That is very clear, and it is outlined in the report. There are consistent gaps in funding that have been transferred from the government to school boards. In the past, the board has used reserves to buffer the impact of these gaps. And you know that we do no longer have reserves or savings to go to in order to cover some of our deficit. For us as staff, we know that not all of the options before you this evening will meet with your approval or public approval. Our goal has been to focus on preserving, to the best extent possible, our services and to focus on K-12. We hope that as you consider these options to balance, that you will hear staff's rationale and ask us questions about how we arrived at some of the numbers that are before you in the program changes. As director, I would say that many of these options should be addressed by staff. We would like to do it over a longer period of time and perhaps with more consultation, but they are areas that require change and updating. Thank you for your attention this evening. We know that this is a difficult conversation, and we look forward to working with you to achieve a balanced budget.
Thank you, Director. And there is a presentation that you can follow along with. There won't be anything new in this presentation, but it will help us to walk through the report. So the first thing that I wanted to just address is that on January 29th, we did bring forward a report that projected a deficit for 24-25 of $34.8 million. That number would have been $50.7 million if we were not successful in getting approval for use of proceeds of disposition to help us to balance. So we assumed the same amount as last year, which was $15.9 million. As we continued to finalize the expenditures, for example, when school-based staffing was approved, and as the finance staff finalized and locked down our contracts for things like utilities, we were able to achieve savings, and the updated financial position that you see in the report is 20.8 million. So that would be, again, 36.7 million without the use of proceeds of disposition. We are required to submit a balanced budget. It is a requirement under the Education Act. In a regular year, a balanced budget means that you can have a deficit of up to 1%. For us, that's approximately 30 million. Or it's the maximum, or sorry, the minimum of the 1%, the 30 million, or the board's accumulated reserves, which at the end of this year will be approximately 13.8 million. So in a regular year, we would be able to pass a deficit of 13.8 million, and that would constitute a balanced budget. However, the board is in year 3 of its 3-year deficit recovery plan. The original commitment under this plan that was discussed in June 2022 was a surplus of 8.2 million. Again, that is to start to pay back the reserves that have been used to offset the structural deficits in the previous years. However, we recognize that we have not achieved some of the things that we had anticipated at that time, including permit fees and international students coming back to pre-pandemic levels. So what staff will be proposing is an option to balance to get us to as close to or to zero. So neither a surplus nor a deficit. As indicated, we are operating a structural deficit. And basically what that means is that when we do our budget, our spending is greater than our revenue. So if you did your home budget, if you made $100,000, your budget for the year would be 110. You would have a structural deficit, meaning that you would continue to use money every year. When you have a savings or a reserve, when you have a structural deficit, or when you have a one-time deficit, it's okay because you have that savings in the bank that you're able to use. Unfortunately, as the director indicated, we've been operating with a structural deficit for a significant period of time, and we've been using those reserves every year. And as we continue to use our reserves, they are depleting, and again, we will be at a reserve balance of about $13.8 million at the end of this year, or in August. As also indicated by the director, there are some things that are not in the board's control. And so there are things that we are doing that we are not fully funded for, and that we have to do, we don't have a choice. And in some cases, we are choosing to spend more in certain areas that are then funded based on priorities. An example is special education. So the structural deficit is partly where we choose to spend our money, and also partly that we're not funded. And I want to just speak to some of the areas that we're not funded, sort of 4 main areas. So the first reason, and we've been talking about this for a number of years because it's been impacting the board for a number of years. Starting in 2019, over the past 5 years, we've seen CPP increase from 4.95% to 5.95%. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when you have 40,000 employees, that number is significant. And then EI has also been increasing over the same period of time. What's important there is, again, we have no control over the employer portion of CPP or EI, just like you don't have any control over the amount that you pay as an employee. But we have not been receiving the corresponding funding or increases in funding from the ministry. So in 24-25, next year, we will be spending about $35.2 million more on our employer portion of CPP and EI than we are funded for. So again, something that we don't have any control over, but yet is a true cost of the board. The next one that we don't have any control over is prior to 2014, each board would negotiate with their union groups separately. And then in 2014, the board began central bargaining. And as a result of central bargaining, there's a central teacher grid. And the ministry funds the central teacher grid. So they fund on average salary, and then they give what they call a qualifications and experience grant. So if we have more experienced teachers and they are paid more, then the grant funds us more. And if we have less experienced teachers, then the grant funds us less. So they fund basically dollar for dollar for that teacher grant. Again, at that time, the TDSB grant was higher than the central grid that was used for provincial bargaining. And so most boards moved to that provincial table, and they were actually receiving increases. So TDSB's grid, even at that time, and it's only about $2,000 an employee, but again, when you have over 10,000 employees, $2,000 is a lot of money. And so as the increases are percentage-based, for the most part, that are centrally negotiated, that gap continues to increase. And the amount that is unfunded in this area for 23-24, so the year that we're currently in, is $22.3 million. So that means that for if we were paying on a provincial or on the provincial grid, and for most boards or in the province, they would be funded dollar for dollar, and we are losing 22.3 or unfunded for $22.3 million of our teacher cost. The third thing that I wanted to talk about is the inability to close schools due to the school closure moratorium. So there's a lot of reasons that it would be good to right size some of our spaces, including better access to programming, better ability to address deferred maintenance. But for today specifically, when we're talking about the operating budget, we're looking at the fact that it costs basically the same to operate a school, whether or not you have 50% of the students that should be at that school, or 100% of the students that should be at that school. But at the same time, we're getting 50% of the funding. So in 2014-15, and prior to that, the ministry did recognize this, and there was actually a grant that boards received called a top-up grant, where they provided additional funding to recognize that, again, it costs approximately the same to operate a school, whether it's fully utilized or not. In 2014-15, they announced that they were phasing that grant out. One of the reasons that they actually provided is that the grant may have been preventing boards from making decisions about closing schools. So they actually referred to closing school or that grant and closing schools together. In fact, because we're not able to close schools, we still have those existing costs, and yet we do not have that funding anymore. And that funding at that time, when they started to phase it out, was $35 million. In addition, we have looked at the operating costs for schools, and we are looking at about $500,000 to $600,000 of pure operating costs per school that could potentially be closed. So there are true operating costs related to not being able to close schools. The last reason, and certainly there's not just these four reasons, but these are significant ones that we wanted to identify, is that in 2012, the Putting Students First Act changed the allocation of sick leave. And since that change, and it is referred to in our report, a third party says that the provincial average use of sick days has doubled from 8 to 16 days over that period of time per employee. So for us, each day costs the board approximately $600,000 in replacement costs. So you can imagine, again, the number of days, teaching days in the school year, and how much that is impacting our budget. So those are four main reasons, and things that the board cannot control, yet are contributing to the structural deficit. So because we have a structural deficit and because we are looking at, and we have an obligation to submit a balanced budget, we do have to look at making reductions. Barring us getting additional funding, we have to make reductions. And so when we're looking at what we should consider to make those reductions, we have looked at the draft multi-year strategic plan that will be in place for the next 4 years. And there is a report that is going to the Planning and Priorities Committee on Thursday. And that the multi-year strategic plan really should guide how we resource and where we spend our money. Ministry regulations also impact where we can make reductions, and some of those include things like class size. So that would determine how many teachers we have, and so obviously we have to follow ministry regulations. There are collective agreement provisions, whether it has to do with the timing of when we need to make these decisions, or whether it has to do with protected complements in certain union groups. They are impacting some of the decisions that we're making. And we really wanted to consider what the impact of the decisions that we're making have on the direct support to students. So when we look at our proposed options to balance, we are using those guiding principles or factors. But also it is good practice to look at our programs in our areas each year or regularly, and to look at ways that we can either modernize processes or look for efficiencies. And in many cases, the options that you're seeing today would likely have been proposed even if we were not in a structural deficit. And I think that that's important to point out, again, based on the direct impact to students, based on how we support the multi-year strategic plan. If we didn't have a structural deficit, then we would be able to propose these efficiencies and to further invest in the supports that the director outlined in the beginning of this presentation. So I want us to keep that in mind, in that the structural deficit is requiring us to make reductions to balance. If we didn't have a structural deficit, some of these proposals would still be here in front of you in order to be able to invest back into resources which would support our multi-year strategic plan and support all of the other places where we would add resources based on those guiding principles. So with that, the first area that we wanted to speak to today from, again, from our report is continuing education, and I will turn it over to Associate Director Sarisco.
Thank you very much, Associate Director Zucker, and through the chair. The next slides outline operational changes being made to various programs within the continuing education department. This slide illustrates the financial summary projected for this year and estimated savings that will be realized by the actions to be outlined. You will remember during budget development last year, a number of trustees noted the considerable deficit within the continuing education budget and asked staff to review the department to support the board's elimination of its structural deficit. We will be outlining changes to the provision of international languages, general interest, seniors daytime courses, and adult day schools. System Superintendent Peter Chang and Central Principal Norbert Costa will outline background on the international language and African heritage programs and changes to its operation. Next slide, please.
As mandated by the ministry, the board offers instruction in international languages when sufficient enrollment is reached. Over 50 languages are offered by the TDSB, with the most popular languages being Mandarin Simplified, Tamil, and Spanish. African heritage classes are also offered. TDSB are not proposing any changes to the provision of African heritage classes. Instruction in international languages, African heritage, is provided outside of school hours, with most classes occurring immediately after school for 2.5 hours and on Saturdays. There is no class size cap for these programs expected by the ministry, nor by collective agreements. TDSB provides international languages African heritage classes in 135 after-school plus weekend sites across the city. The instructors are members of QP Bargaining Unit 4400. Next slide, please.
This map illustrates the various school sites across the city that offer international languages and African heritage programs. Black dots represent sites where classes run directly after school. Green dots represent sites where classes run in the evening, typically beginning at 5 p.m. And the red dots represent sites where classes run on Saturday mornings. Learning Center 1 offers a balance of after-school and weekend classes. Learning Center 2 offers some evening and weekend classes and a majority of after-school classes. Learning Center 3 offers primarily evening classes, and there are many after-school classes and a smaller number of weekend classes. Learning Center 4 offers primarily after-school classes. It offers no evening classes and a small number of weekend Saturday classes. Next slide, please.
Learning international languages and African heritage is highly valued by our families, staff, and trustees. Both offerings positively affirm student identities and are an important way to learn to communicate. Staff review the practices in the provision of international languages, African heritage programs among neighboring boards. Most boards do not operate with a structural deficit as their funding levels match the costs. In the case of TDSB, we pay more total costs for instructors than we are funded. As we considered options to reduce the operating deficit, staff sought to maintain course offerings, nurture their growth, and maintain equity of geographic access. The proposed changes will indeed require a shift in planning for our families, and so it will be important for staff to implement the changes over the next 2 years. In the new vision for international languages African heritage program provision, staff will migrate to developing community hubs. Selected secondary and elementary schools will be chosen to offer a large number of classes offering a broad range of languages that include preferred courses within the geographic community. At these hubs, classes will be offered on weekdays beginning at 5:30, ending at 8 p.m., as well as Saturdays. We recognize that this shift in time will require planning for our families who enroll their children for after-school classes. Beginning classes at 5:30 p.m. is intended to allow for travel time to the community hub locations. To transition to this model, staff will be monitoring current class enrollment across all sites. For classes where attendance falls below 25 students, enrolled students will be redirected to community hub locations. Closing non-viable classes and redirecting students who are consistent with current board practice and dictated by staffing timelines. Staff will now be using the minimum enrollment and attendance number of 25 students, and we will be monitoring student attendance and enrollment carefully. As we build the community hubs, we will be pre-registering 25 students for the courses. Locations that currently offer classes will be monitored carefully to see attendance maintained as minimally 25 students. Community hubs will be staffed with 1 program officer and 1 administrator. This staffing level will enable leaders to support instructors, and together staff will be able to nurture a community environment within the school location.
Savings will be realized by maximizing enrollment in each class, thereby realizing efficiencies in staffing. Implementation will result in reduced staffing needs. Course instructors are members of the QP 4400 bargaining unit, and we will follow respective collective agreement provisions regarding any impacts. Central staff, such as program coordinator and program officers, are non-unionized, and we will follow the terms and conditions for this unit regarding any impacts. Next slide, please.
Staff also reviewed the community programs through general interest and seniors day courses, daytime courses. The board's policy P019 provides direction to staff regarding the course delivery model to be fully funded by user fees and other revenue. There is no ministry funding to operate these courses. The board operates a $0.7 million deficit in the provision of these programs. All program staff costs are included in the financials you see in the report, and all revenues earned are net of HST. Additionally, there will be additional and compounding cost implications as a result of the Bill 124 settlement. In 2023-24, course user fees were increased by 20% in an effort to support increasing costs. Overall, enrollment declined by 15%. Next slide, please.
This slide indicates locations that host general interest and seniors daytime courses. You'll note locations are spread across the city, with a majority of the locations in the center of the city. Next slide, please.
Staff reviewed our course offerings and availability of similar programming offered elsewhere. The City of Toronto, community colleges, and private operators were found to deliver the vast majority of course offerings very similar to our board. Interest carpentry, sewing, bird watching, auto mechanics, woodworking, and loom weaving are among those unique to us. Given the structural deficit we face, the very pressing needs of our K-12 students, and the availability of course offerings elsewhere, staff recommend the discontinuation of providing community programming. Staff will initiate outreach to the City of Toronto in hopes that they will be able to augment their offerings to mirror our unique programs so our participants are still able to enjoy and benefit from the rich programming we have offered. Approval of this recommendation will require policy amendments. Implementation will result in reduced staffing needs. Course instructors are members of the QP 4400 bargaining unit, and we will follow the respective collective agreement provisions regarding any impacts. Central staff, such as program officers and community program administrators, are non-unionized, and we will follow the terms and conditions for this unit regarding any impacts. Next slide, please.
Lastly, staff reviewed how we provide credit courses for adult learners. TDSB serves about 8,000 adult learners, 21 years and over, at 5 sites located across the city. Our adult learner population has been in steady decline since at least 2009. The decline may be attributed to regular day school increased graduation rates and associated targeted supports, such as graduation coaches and credit recovery programs. In addition, colleges support bridges to employment for newcomer Canadians who are highly skilled. Adult day schools provide essential service for mature students and some newcomer Canadians wishing to earn a diploma and certifications. Adult day schools currently experience a deficit of $2.5 million. Funding is based on the average daily enrollment, which is based on student attendance hours. Ministry funded is directed to the cost of teachers. Limited funding is available and applied to the cost of infrastructure, inclusive of program team leaders, office assistants, and administrators. Next slide, please.
This slide illustrates the home locations of our adult learners, including virtual learners, and their color indicates the adult day school they attend. Of interest, learners travel from significant distances from their home location to our 5 adult day schools. It is possible learners may attend adult day schools that may be close to work locations. Courses are held daily for 2 hours. Learners may then attend school while working. Next slide, please.
In order to reduce the deficit within adult day school budget, staff will be maximizing the enrollment of courses. In the event courses do not meet enrollment requirements, students will be redirected to other adult day schools that offer the sought credit or to online offerings. Staff are also recommending restructuring adult day schools to operate within funding by offering courses in 4 sites rather than 5. Implementation will result in reduced staffing needs. Credit or course teachers are members of the OSSTF bargaining unit, and support staff are members of QP 4400. And we will follow the respective collective agreement provisions regarding any impacts. Adult day school administrators are non-unionized, and we will follow the terms and conditions for this unit regarding any impacts. This concludes the program changes related to continuing education. Thank you, Associate Director Zucker.
Thank you. The next area that we would like to provide some more information is outdoor education, and I will turn it back to you, Associate Director Surisco.
Thank you very kindly. Trustees, once again, last year you may remember that we were encouraged to look at outdoor education. It was a topic of consideration for having a deficit. It is my pleasure to welcome centrally assigned Principal David Hocker-Budlowski, who provides strong leadership to our outdoor ed centers. David.
Thank you. Since amalgamation, the importance of outdoor education has been recognized and supported through board motions, which have mandated students have equity of access to these programs. I'd like to begin to take the opportunity to acknowledge the staff at the outdoor education centers, as well as staff in schools who engage in students in outdoor learning on a regular basis. The board motion in June 2000 identified that every grade 6 or 7 student have the opportunity to participate in an overnight program, and that every kindergarten through grade 8 student have the opportunity to participate in day programs. The Outdoor Education Department ensures this commitment by prioritizing day trips to students in grades 2 and 4 and an overnight trip to students in grade 6, and ensure that there are opportunities for secondary students to participate in outdoor education programs. Next slide, please. Historically, there has been a structural deficit to outdoor education, as the costs are not fully funded through the GSNs. Last year, we had an operating budget of $7.2 million and a revenue of $4.2 million, resulting in a $3.1 million deficit. The $2.1 million in funding from the ministry cannot be directed to the costs of staff or facility renewal. This funding can be used to support other areas, such as programming, transportation, and food. As we considered options to reduce the operating deficit, staff sought to maintain the board mandate of providing equity of access of outdoor education programs. These are eliminating weekend grade 6 trips to the Scarborough Outdoor Education School, charging transportation costs for schools on the LOI 151 and above to the overnight centers, and increasing user fees for visits to our day centers. These proposed changes are first steps, and an in-depth analysis of outdoor education is underway for future program considerations. Next slide, please. The first proposed change is to eliminate weekend grade 6 trips to the Scarborough Outdoor Education School. SOES is located 40 minutes north of Huntsville. Currently, it is the only outdoor education center that offers regular grade 6 trips on the weekends. This year, there are programs running on 15 weekends, serving approximately 1,000 students. By eliminating these weekend trips, there will be a reduction in staffing costs and food contract costs totaling $300,978. The implementation of this proposed change will result in reducing staff needs and the reduction of 2 outdoor education specialist positions. Outdoor education specialists are members of QP 4400 bargaining unit, and we will follow the respective collective agreement provisions regarding any impacts. The food cost savings are a result of the reduction in the third-party food contract costs. We are still able to meet the board mandate of outdoor education, ensuring that every student in grade 6 has the opportunity to participate in overnight outdoor education trips. There is space at SOES and the other outdoor education sites to accommodate these students during weekday programming. There is also a potential to generate additional revenue if the site is available on weekends to be permitted to other schools and outside organizations and different events. Next slide, please. The second proposed change is to share the transportation costs to the overnight outdoor education centers with schools. Currently, transportation costs to overnight centers are covered by the central outdoor education budget, and trips to day centers are covered through local school budgets. The total cost of transportation last year to the overnight sites was $535,000. By shifting the costs of transportation to participating schools, we can reduce costs centrally. The booking and payment of buses would still be managed centrally to take advantage of savings that come with large-scale bookings. We also would like to acknowledge the impact on schools in the lower LOI and support equity of access. The cost of transportation to schools on the LOI 0 to 150 or 1 to 150 will continue to be covered centrally through the outdoor education central budget. The cost covering busing for LOI 1 to 150, the cost savings is approximately $113,000, an estimated saving of $422,000. Next slide, please. The third proposed change is an increase to user fees and visits to the outdoor education day centers. User fees are collected to support programming and facility maintenance costs at the outdoor education centers, which are not funded through the ministry. User fees were last increased in 2019, and that time it was noted that these should be reviewed every 5 years. Current fees are on a sliding scale depending on LOI of the school and currently range from $5 to $10 per visit. By increasing the user fees, maintaining the sliding scale, we will be able to generate more revenue in order to increase funds available to maintain the facilities and decrease the deficit in outdoor education. Schools will have the discretion to utilize local funds, their school budget, local fundraising, outside grants, to waive fees for students based on family needs. The estimated revenue from this change is $300,000. We are currently reviewing some of the data around excursions in general that schools take part in a variety of places, like the zoo, private camps, and the proposed increase to user fees are generally still lower than the costs of other excursions. Preliminary data shows that trips to the outdoor education sites is approximately 2% of the funds collected by schools for excursions in general. Thank you.
Area that we're going to look at are increases in or resumption of user fees. So the first user fee that we're going to look at are IB. So in 2019, the board approved a motion to start to collect IB fees. A jurisdictional scan at that time and even currently showed that other boards do collect IB fees, and there are specific costs associated with IB. In 2020, as a result of the pandemic and a temporary change in the delivery of the program, the board wasn't paying certain expenses related to IB, and as a result, the board approved a motion to eliminate the IB fees at that time. This decision was seen as a pause during the pandemic. So our recommendation for IB is that the program and the expenses have returned to pre-pandemic levels, that staff is recommending that the board return to the intention of the 2019 motion. The next area would be permit fees. And for permit fees, we look at the policy that is in place, our community use of board facilities, and it does provide direction with regards to the permit fees. And there are two main areas in the policy where permit fees are currently impacting the budget. The board has not been fully recovering as indicated that it should be in the policy. Ancillary costs, including staffing of non-scheduled custodial services, media and technology specialists, stage crew, security officers, and parking attendants. And the recovery of these costs would generate approximately an additional $3.1 million. In other words, the board is incurring these costs and they are not recovering them, and they would not be incurring those costs if there was not a community group using the space at that time. The board has also been overusing the subsidy provided by the ministry by 2.5 million. And again, the policy does refer to the fact that there are certain users that will receive a subsidy, but the subsidy would be to the maximum of what we receive from the ministry. So in those two instances, staff will be looking at how to ensure that our fees are being appropriately charged based on the policy and our funding. We certainly will work with our Community Advisory Committee to help us through this process. And we also intend to implement the CPI increase as indicated in the policy. If trustees will recall, last year we did a significant increase as a result of CPI because we hadn't been doing it year over year. And so it was a significantly larger increase than it would have been if we, as indicated in the policy, continue to implement that increase each year. And for 2024-25, the increase would be approximately $300,000 in total. The next fee that we're talking about is our one-to-one device fees. 2024-25 will be year 4 of implementation. And so all grade 5 to 12 students will have access to a device if required. Currently, the school pays for the repair of the one-to-one devices, and we did talk about this in previous meetings, but our recommendation is that the language in the device agreements be changed in order to allow schools to charge for repairs where appropriate. So it wouldn't necessarily happen all the time. The schools would have the discretion to be able to do it, but the important thing is that they will be able to do it if they see that it's appropriate. The other proposed options to balance include looking at central staffing. This is something that we do every year. It's something that we do when anybody leaves the organization, is we look at the work that's happening in the different areas or departments and ensure that we're being as efficient as possible. We do have decreased enrollment over a significant period of time. And based on the multi-year strategic plan, we want to ensure again that our resources support our strategic plan. So we are proposing a decrease in central staffing of approximately $5 million. And in those areas, it will include the senior team, other central administration, and central teaching staff. The next area is replacement costs related to sick leave. And we talked about how these costs have been increasing significantly since 2012. People and Culture concluded a review of its disability management function, and they're in the process of developing and implementing several strategies. The strategies are intended to work to reduce employee absences through organizational and process improvements to facilitate safe return to work. And our goal is to reduce the replacement costs by $7 million. And our current budget is approximately $110 million. Right now, we are currently spending more on school operations than we are funded. So we are looking at ways to decrease this spending without impacting the level of service. Absenteeism doesn't only impact the classrooms, it also impacts our ability to provide this service. We want to ensure that we are filling vacancies, and we want to reduce or review our contracts to find any additional savings that we can. So the estimated savings here is approximately $5 million. And then this is a list of some of the areas, and it's not an extensive or an exhaustive list, but it is some of the major areas where we are either spending more than we're funded or there's no funding provided at all. And it should be noted, again, that some of these areas, as indicated when we were talking about the structural deficit, are important part of fully implementing the board's priorities, obligations, resolutions, and operations. So when we look at each of these areas, we have looked at whether or not there are efficiencies that could be found, and we use those guiding principles to evaluate these areas. And in some cases, there may be more review that is required and will take place over a period of time. So just to update everything that we just heard about in numbers, as indicated, our projected financial position in January was $34.8 million deficit. We updated that number based on actual savings that have been found as we shore up some of our expenses, and our updated projected financial position is $20.8 million. Again, this is using proceeds of disposition. We do have, based on the reductions that you saw, and based on, in some cases, an implementation over a period of time, like continuing education, for example, the total savings was over $4 million, but we're only expecting approximately $2 million in 24-25. We have total savings of $23.4 million based on the options that we just reviewed. So we would actually be in a surplus position of $2.6 million if all of those options were to be implemented. We do have the motions that were approved on March 6th, and they include a request to look at adding back the vice principals that were not included in the original financial position, some of the safety positions, and there was an additional motion to look at adding community support workers. So in total, this represents $7.9 million. And then if all of those positions were to be added to the budget, there would be a $5.3 million deficit. So again, this is all information that you would have seen in the report. And just as a reminder, based on the options that we're presenting tonight and feedback that we receive, we will hear delegations on March 26th, next Tuesday. There is an FBEC meeting on March 27th, where one of the reports will be the operating budget and the recommendation to board for approval. There will be a special board on April 2nd, where the budget would be brought forward for approval. As you know, we are doing this work before the release of the GSN, and that usually happens at the end of March, beginning of April, after the provincial budget, which we know is happening next week. So that we are expecting in May. And then we also have our capital budget, which we will be doing through May and June. And just a reminder that the budget, the operating budget and the capital budget are due to the ministry on June 30th. So we do have until June 30th to finalize the budget. That being said, there are collective agreement timelines for any changes that we are making in staffing that would have to be met prior to that period. So with that, I will stop and we will answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Associate Director Zucker. Thank you, Associate Director Luis Risco. Thank you, Superintendent Peter Chang and David. Before we go to speakers list, I would like to call a roll call. Trustees who join later on, please spell your name or say loudly who you are.
Sriskandaraja.
Mr. Chan online is here.
Trustee Gose online.
Trustee Nunziata is present.
Trustee
Chan online. Trustee Pei, present.
Good. Thank you. And we have a speakers list, and we will start with Trustee Lee.
Thank you. I didn't expect that. Through you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you, staff, for this very comprehensive report. I think I'm not going to do a competition or compare, but it is frankly one of the most clarifying financial positions and options update that I've seen since I've been trustee. So I think this is very well done. I just have a quick question on a couple pieces of the proposed changes. The first one has to do with increasing fees for outdoor education. The slide deck and the presentation didn't specify exactly how much fees are going to be increased. So can I get some clarification from staff on what the magnitude of that is and how it will impact students?
Trustee Lee, can you repeat your question, please?
Is my volume terrible?
Not really, but still it's echoing, so we would like to have a clarification.
Is this better? I changed the
Yeah, that's better.
the microphone. Okay, thank you. So I started by thanking staff and giving credits to the professionalism and the effectiveness and the clarity that this report has been. I love seeing the options. I love the clarity and the understanding on why we are in a deficit and what's contributing to it. So thank you very much to everyone who worked on this report. It is very well done and it's super helpful. My first question has to do with the actual impact on the fees changes to our outdoor education. Out of the $1 million savings that we're proposing, I realize that 300,000 is from a proposed elimination of one center's weekend programs, but 700,000 is from fees that we will charge either the school or the students. Do staff have more clarity on what those fees are going to be?
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I'll invite David to respond.
Through the chair, the current user fees for our day centers based on LOI are on a sliding scale from $5 to $10, and they would increase remaining the sliding scale from $10 to $20. The fees of the transportation range depending on the location of the school and the site, and will range from $400 to $700 per trip.
And how many students are going on each trip on average, or do we have a ballpark? I'm just trying to figure out what that 400 works out to per student.
The overnight visits, through the chair, the overnight visits are based on capacity of the site and broken down by class and cohorts that are visiting through the school. Those visits range on the smallest side at the Sheldon Center for Outdoor Education, the capacity of 40, to the Etobicoke Outdoor Education Center, Monocliffs, the Island, and SOES, with the capacities of 70 to 75 students.
Okay, so it's around $10 per student transportation fee per trip, and on average, user fees are going up $5, 5 to 10. So the maximum exposure per trip per student is around $20. That math works out correctly?
Through the chair, the user fee increases are at the day centers where the transportation fees are already charged to the school.
Okay.
The transportation costs are at the overnight centers where there are no changes to the user fees.
Okay, so the maximum exposure per student per trip is $10.
Yes.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you. My next question is, I'm looking at the one-to-one device fees. I know staff have been working on a plan to implement the fee to recover some of the expenditures for this. And I was expecting some type of a report or proposal for us to charge the fee, but I don't see the details here. Are there more details coming, or is this it? And through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and through the chair, there was not an intention to provide an additional report, but we would be happy to look at more details. Just with regards to repairs, we are looking at a cost of over $500,000 in repairs annually over all of the devices that are out in the system for students from grades 5 to 12. Right now, when there is a repair that is necessary, the schools are paying for the equipment that's being used, and then the labor is done by TDSB staff. So the equipment costs are approximately $535,000 a year. As we heard through the last report, there was some hope from our schools that we would provide this opportunity to be able to pass some of those costs along when appropriate. And so that's the flexibility that we wanted to provide here. And so as we look at finalizing this, we may look at maximums, for example, that could be charged, or depending on the number of times that the devices had to be repaired, that sort of thing. And so we will happily update trustees at that time. But this is just to provide the ability for us to start to do that work.
And thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, on the devices, do staff know approximately how many devices or new devices we gave out every year to our grade 5 and 9 cohorts?
Through the chair, we would have that information. I'm not sure if Executive Officer Singh is online and would have it readily available, or you can give me an opportunity to find that information.
Yeah, I don't need it right now, but I think for future conversations, I do want us to explore or even think about charging a very modest, $5, maybe $10 per year user fee for these devices that our students enrolled to take out. I just would like to get a sense of, how much money that actually is without me doing, napkin math, because once again, I will bring out my napkin math. My napkin tells me that we would probably give out around 30 to 35,000 devices every year. If we were able to charge, even $5 or $10, that's around $350,000 a year. And that, to my, trustee colleagues, is actually the cost or the budget saving that we will realize from eliminating the grade 6 trips to the Scarborough Outdoor Education Center. Right. So I think those are some of the trade-offs that it'll be great for us to even have the opportunity to discuss and debate and to see whether or not we want to, make this policy change. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Associate Director, it would be great if you can send that information to me and probably all the other trustees as well through some form of media.
Thank you, through the chair. I was just reviewing the report that came forward specifically related to one-to-one. We have approximately 33,400 students in grades 5 to 9, and approximately 80% of them use devices or usually retrieve devices. So we're looking at about 27,000 students that would get devices.
Okay, so pretty close. If we charge $10, we'll get $270,000 a year. So that's just for my trustee colleagues to consider. My last question is on the elimination of community programs. What would it take? What user fees do we have to charge? Through you, Mr. Chair, do our staff team have a analysis? What user fees do we have to charge for the programs to pay for itself so that we can continue supporting them?
Thank you. And through the chair, you're referring to the community use of schools, just so.
Correct. No, the community programs that we're proposing eliminating.
So there is some work to do there. Our understanding is that currently we are charging a blended rate to our users, and that blended rate is intended on the weekends to make up the costs that of specifically any community use of schools organization that operates at a TDSB school on a weekend means that a caretaker is coming in that wouldn't usually be there. And we pay on Saturdays our caretakers time and a half, and on Sundays double time. And so those costs need to be recovered because they are actual true costs that would not be incurred if they were not there. So what we've done is we've looked at how much revenue have we brought in based on the blended rate, and then what is our true cost. And that's where that $3 million comes in that we're not recovering. So we're looking at different models. In some boards, they have the same rate across all times, whether it's on a weekday, weekend, and then they charge the true cost of any of the extras on that time. And so the blended rate, or you can have a blended rate which is intended to recover those costs. So that's the work that we need to do, working with the community advisory group. We do know that there was a third party that was retained, I think in 2010, to look at this, and this is the last time that we would have done that review. So it's important for us to be able to recover those costs, and it would be approximately $3 million. And I'm not sure, Executive Officer Snyder, if we know what the total revenue is for community use of schools in comparison to that $3 million.
Sorry, not community use of schools, right? But like general interest senior daytime courses, the community programs. I apologize. That's mine. I probably said it incorrectly.
Okay, sorry. So I was talking about something completely different. So
I didn't want to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. For our general interest courses, we do allocate some of the cost of using this space. Just like when somebody was using your car, there's gas, which is a true cost, but then there's the wear and tear on the car. And so there's that piece. In addition, there's the caretaking costs, and those caretakers have additional duties when there are those programs that are happening in schools. So I'm not sure that is information that we have been asked for, and we will be able to provide at a later time.
Okay, thank you, through Mr. Chair. I think it would be very helpful if staff can provide the trustees a report like this, so that when we do make our decisions, we can at least give the programs a chance, right? Instead of saying we're going to axe the program and save $690,000 a year, maybe we provide the community with the ability to, cover the cost, and so that we can continue to support them with these programs, assuming there's no additional cost that we have to reallocate from students to support them. I know it's more work, but I think from the advocacies that I've heard today and throughout the past 2 days, I think it'll be appreciated by everyone in the community.
Thank you, Trustee Lee.
Thank you. That's all.
Associate Director, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And if I may contribute to the conversation for Trustee Lee's inquiry, if I was inferring correctly, Trustee Lee, I think you were also wondering about user fee increases and how that might create a net neutral position. So there's a bit of a correlation that is difficult to calculate because last year when we saw an increase of user fees, we also experienced a decrease in enrollment. So we know that it would likely need to be significantly higher than 20% of an increase for next year. But again, what is the question mark is what will happen with enrollment. The other compounding factor is that we don't know yet the cost of Bill 124 for these employees who would be benefiting from that settlement. But this is all unfunded. So once we know that, it would have to factor in. So regrettably, I don't have a firm answer for you, but hopefully that's given you some context. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director Luis Risco. We have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I really do appreciate the work that staff has done, and I don't mean my questions or comments in any way to criticize their work. They are doing their job, which is bringing information forward to us. But I do have a number of questions, and there's a number of options here I simply will not support, even though tonight's not the night for the votes. On continuing education, I feel the same way as I felt last year when pools came up for a discussion. It felt like we were doing cuts through the budget process without a public report and a public conversation. And I feel the same way about the proposed elimination of general interest seniors daytime programs. I've been at the board. I was elected quite a while ago, and the reality is we've prided ourselves, even if you go to About Us on the front page of the board's website. It says the Toronto District School Board is the largest and one of the most diverse school boards in Canada. We serve approximately 238,000 students in nearly 600 schools throughout Toronto and more than 100,000 lifelong learners in our adult and continuing education programs. That's a value statement. That's what we stand behind. And I just don't accept eliminating these programs through a budget process without a very public conversation. I understand that our core mandate is K-12 education, but staff mentioned all the other organizations that are doing these programs. Well, where's the conversations with those organizations about maybe picking up or maybe helping us or maybe supplementing us or maybe using our schools or doing something creative instead of simply eliminating them? They are too valuable. They should be part of the senior strategy for the seniors daytime programs from the city. The other recreation programs keep people engaged. People that are by themselves create community through these programs. I understand the wear and tear in our schools, and I understand their core mandate, but there it is in black and white. We're very proud to serve 100,000 lifelong learners in our adult and continuing education programs. So I simply am not prepared to do that through the budget process. The other piece I think I'm having a real hard time with is outdoor education. Every single year that seems to come up. When in Appendix D, it's very clear that we spend more on outdoor education, just like we spend more on special education, just like we spend more on itinerant music instructors, just like we spend more on student nutrition. Again, these are the values of the school board to provide the majority of our kids who simply don't have access to summer camps or yards an opportunity to get lifelong learning skills with their colleagues in our outdoor education centers. So I do support if we can consolidate and not affect access. I get the weekend program piece, but I don't support adding user fees. I don't support increasing transportation costs and creating more barriers. We value these programs. We need to value these programs as we do other programs within the board. So I wanted to be really clear on that. In terms of adult education, I do have an adult education school in the ward I represent. Very proud of it. It's one of my favorite graduations to see the success of these individuals, many of which have had barriers throughout their lives coming to school, to a program, to graduate. And I guess I'm just wondering about the statistic that said 50% less since 2009. Is the enrollment truly declining between last year and this year, for example? Or are the trends following our demographics of our school board? Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff.
Speaking to this, Associate Director.
Thank you, and through the chair, yes, we are seeing decreased enrollment, and if you just give me one moment, Trustee Laskin will pull up the numbers, but it has been steadily declining annually since 2009.
So in the, as you look for that, do you know the name of the site that you're proposing to close?
Thank you, and through the chair. Trustee Laskin, what I can be sharing with you is we are going to be looking at each of the sites and their enrollment and be monitoring how many of our learners attend each ones. We do know that some are more heavily attended than others. So I don't want to confirm the site that we are suggesting that we would redirect students to the other 4 sites, but I can tell you the enrollment, the average daily enrollment varies from the lowest being 276 to the highest being 856.
Okay, Mr. Chair, please put me back on the list. My time will be out.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Arts.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to staff for this report. Thank you for the detailed information on the structural deficits and the significant things outside our control that the ministry does not fund, especially the pieces that the ministry determines what they cost, like salary contract negotiations, and statutory benefits, which should be funding. I have a lot of questions. I'm just deciding where to start. So I'll start with kind of the easier ones first. So international languages. I know that some of these programs currently operate as after-school programs and some of them as weekends or other kinds of programs. I also don't have a sense of how many families do this, but I also get a sense for the after-school ones that it's sometimes used as in place of after-school care for students. So I'm just wondering if staff know or have a sense of how shifting the programs might impact attendance or the attractiveness of programs if they're now not an after-school program.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Associate Director Sirisco, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll invite Peter Chang to address this question.
Thank you. And through the chair, currently we have 3 delivery models. We have the after-school delivery, we have the evening, and the weekends, the Saturdays. At this time, we have 86 after-school programs across the city, situated in schools, and they're serving students right after school. But I wouldn't be able to provide information of whether parents are using the International Languages African Heritage programs as after-school care. Our intention, our mandate is to offer these programs for communities that are requesting them as long as they have the minimum enrollment and consistent attendance.
Okay, thank you. A question of clarification on outdoor ed, because I'm not sure if I heard everything. There was a description from Mr. Hocker-Bislavsky about what ministry funding for outdoor ed pays for and what it's not allowed to be used for. Could I hear that again?
Thank you, and through the chair, through the GSNs, those funds are not available for staffing costs or facility renewal.
Okay, so I'm sure that you cannot answer this question, but this is out to the ether. How does the ministry expect outdoor ed to function if we can't pay for staff with the funding?
Through the chair, I can start. I would say that most boards don't have the same model of outdoor education that we have. So a lot of outdoor education either happens at the school level or they're treated almost like field trips to conservation areas and that type of thing. So they don't have their own facilities, and so therefore they wouldn't have staffing costs associated with the facilities.
If I may also add, through the chair to Trustee Arts, just important for trustees to be aware because we are unique in having our own facilities that again are not funded. There is $24 million required in facility renewal through time. 5 million of that is considered urgent. So again, this does add to budget pressure. Thank you.
So maybe not every board, but I do know that lots of boards have outdoor ed centers and are continuing to build them. I believe Simcoe just opened a new one. So we're not alone in this model. And I would say that not all of our classroom teachers are outdoor experts. So that requires staffing. So thank you for the information. That's food for thought for me to take for provincial conversation about how this is supported. I was very much intrigued by Trustee Lee's request for information about possible fees, or I think last time we discussed perhaps asking parents to contribute if they want for devices, so for the one-to-one devices, exploring a model of what that would look like, even if it's just for trustees to understand what's available. I think that would be great. And then my more detailed questions are on the continuing education general interest courses. So I need a lot more information. So thank you for the report that's here, but because I'm being asked to make a decision about completely ending programs without any other information, I don't feel like I'm in a position to support what's been proposed. I need a lot more information about the courses. So I am able to go online and look at Learn for Life and see what kinds of courses are offered, and and I'm able to go to the city and the different colleges and universities and see where there's equivalent kinds of continuing education programming. And what I see is a lot of things, as were mentioned, a lot of things that we offer that I would consider skills-based, from financial literacy, detailed, actually practical financial literacy, business development, computer programming, technical skills from carpentry and shop type skills to sewing and design that I can't find anywhere else. The city absolutely does not offer these. And in some of these, we don't even offer them as credit courses. So there's some aspects of things like financial literacy and computer programming that if people wanted to take on a credit course could shift to credit courses. But there's also lots of those skills that are actually not even available as credit courses through the school boards, different school boards. Definitely, the Catholic board doesn't offer any of this type of programming in their adult learning. So I would really need to understand where we would be creating gaps in what people access, because there's lots of skills in the kinds of continuing education that we offer that we don't currently offer, or the Ontario education system really doesn't offer in this way to high school students. So put me back on the list, please.
Sorry, Trustee Arts, thank you so much. We'll put you back on the list. Trustee Pay?
Chair. Yeah, thank you. Through your chairs, thank you, staff, for making such a detailed presentation. And I have a few questions. First, I want to ask. That's regarding our staff is currently under investigation. May I ask the staff how many teachers, principal, and vice principal are currently on leave, on his employee service directed leave? So what are reasons? Do we have report for that? Because that sounds like to me last time we were talking about we almost have 1,000 teachers are currently on leave. If we do simple math, each teacher costs $100,000. You do like 1,000 teacher almost. That's almost amount to $100 million per year for our cost. So have the staff ever think about a way to reduce the length of those people on leave?
Go ahead, Madam Director.
Thank you very much for the question. I would ask Associate Director Pond to respond, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. Information regarding investigations have been already discussed in a private session. I would refer you to any notes you may have of that. In relation to general practices about placing staff on leave while investigation occurs, at the next GPC meeting, we will have a new draft procedure on interim measures, which is essentially a broader term incorporating home assignments, essentially the terminology that's been used in the past. We have, in People and Culture, recently changed our practices so that a home assignment would essentially be something that would be considered as a last resort. And that practice continues. We will, of course, continue to work through our backlog of investigations, but is certainly one area in which we have already made some progress on. Thank you.
Okay, so your chair, I want to give you an example about John Fisher. John Fisher, that what happened is had an allegation brought up by the parent. So the board immediately ended up putting a teacher, vice principal, and the principal on leave. And the TBS involved, Children's Aid Society involved. They found that those 40 false allegations are basically all baseless. And then they didn't bring any charges to those 3 people. What I heard from constituents, through the email, that these 3 people are still on leave. So I don't understand why our investigation takes so long time to complete. Whether those investigations are already completed, if completed, why we're not putting those 3 people back to work?
To the chair. Thank you very much for the question. As was mentioned, this information was shared in a previous meeting. This would not be something that's subject to a public meeting. However, I'm happy to speak with the trustee if a refresher is required. Allegations, especially serious allegations that would require an employee to be at home while the investigation occurs, unfortunately does take time. As you mentioned in the case you were talking about, there may be 40 allegations. Well, each allegation has to be reviewed. Each allegation may have its own set of witnesses. Unfortunately, that is the reality of a lot of these investigations. What we have been doing, and also other departments that do investigations, not only People and Culture, but Human Rights Office, and there are managerial investigations as well, is really trying to put an emphasis on speeding up the investigations, on using home assignment as a last resort, no longer something that is an option that we pursue. So there are a number of things in which we can do to try to move those things along. That will, of course, help with staffing, making sure that the staff are in schools. These type of issues aren't quite relevant to what we were talking about today in terms of proposed options. Probably better suited for a different meeting. Thank you.
Through Chair, I mean, the reason I brought this up is I just feel like, we need to really make our investigation in an expedited fashion, because based on my understanding through the previous meeting, that is a lot of those investigations, we virtually hire outside law firms to do that. And they're very, very costly. So we're talking about like a $34 million deficit here. Why we're trying to cutting, senior services, why we're trying to cutting outdoor services, which are totally against, and without funding efficiency for our board, it just like I think we're doing a disservice to our taxpayer and the Toronto residents and our parents and students. So we need to do better. Also, what I really don't understand is for TDS and the CES, they're most That probably is the most authorized, agency. They have done those allegations, regardless how many allegations they brought forward by their parent, they're all false. So I don't understand why the board investigation service cannot work with TPS and they try to speed up the investigation and clear up those stuff, let them go back to work. Because the community advocated for the teacher, principal, vice principal go back. A year later, we're sitting on here with 3 people. We're probably paying almost $350,000 per year for nothing. I know Trustee last thing like her pools, okay? How much her pool cost last year?
So through
$400.
the chair, I will just say that I think that parts of this discussion are not part of the budget process. I understand that you're saying that we should be looking at maybe reducing the time of investigations or that people are off in order to help us to reduce the budget. And through the procedure that is coming to GPC tomorrow and the $7 million that has been identified for reduction in replacement costs, I think that that's what that's speaking to as part of this budget process.
Thank you, Associate Director. Trustee Pei, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, through your chair, I do not agree with Associate Director Stacy's doctor, because this is part of budget. These are part of our expenditure. Really, we should not spend on. That's a part of what we really should work on to get the efficiency. If we were not looking at those areas, this board is going to be forever in deficit. I'm a private, like a business owner. I know how to run the business. You have to get every number checked. But if you're not checking some of the big items like this one, how we can get all those, deficits disappear? We cannot just say cutting service is a way to deal with the deficit. It is not. We have to fund the efficiency. Chair, I'm not sure how much time I'm left. I could not see, on my screen how much time. If I finish my comments or question is just put me back to the list. Okay?
Thank you, Trustee Pei. You got 4 seconds.
Okay, put me back to the list. Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. We have Trustee Rajakulasingam.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you to staff. I know these are never easy conversations, especially when it feels like we're always in this position. I have a number of questions, and the purpose of my questions are to better understand the impact of the decisions we may be potentially making. So my first question is around international languages. So in the report, it said that school boards across Ontario, their continuing education program is breaking even or even has a surplus, but our programs are at a deficit. Have we done reviews to understand why in a diverse city like Toronto, international languages, community programs, adult English as a second language courses are operating at a deficit? We are mandated by the province to provide these programs where sufficient enrollment is generated. What steps have we taken when we learned that these programs are operating at a deficit?
Thank you, Trustee Rajakulasingam. Trustee Associate Director speaking to Lucy Risco. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. The answer is simply that our costs for our instructors are higher than what we are funded. So when there is a class opening and we hire an instructor, we are running at a loss. So the goal that we have is to create those community hubs, trustees, because we do not want to lose the value of ILE. It is extraordinarily powerful for our students and our families. So we actually want to find efficiencies through building centers that offer many, many classes that have very strong enrollment in each of those classes. So I hope that is a simple answer as to the why. Other boards do not experience a differential between funding and cost.
Thank you. This isn't my first rodeo. I've done about 5 or 6 budget cycles, and I know we have to find reductions somewhere. All cuts hurt kids, but underserved students will always be the most impacted. And this is my frustration with the reductions being proposed and which communities will be most impacted. International language programs are a critical way we engage newcomer and racialized families, many of who depend on these programs to ensure that children have exposure to their mother tongue, but also ensure schools are moving away from Eurocentric colonial teaching of only English and encouraging other identities and languages. Not to mention employment opportunities for racialized teachers. I know we need to find savings, but my concern is we are targeting a program that engages with a demographic of families that are least engaged by our system and that are less likely to voice their concern. In 6 years, and this is I just want to throw it out there, but in 6 years, I've never heard elementary alternative schools being considered in this process. We know that these programs are not equitably distributed. They are legacy programs serving a certain demographic, but we continue to fund them and reinforce these inequities. But here we are talking about international languages. It feels like the effectiveness of these programs are now only being discussed when it comes to balancing a budget. I'm still not sure that we can confidently say we've done everything we can to ensure these programs are operating more effectively. I hope that these proposals are being shared with families. I hope details around what is being proposed, even small changes like timing of the program and when it's going to be offered will impact enrollment and potentially the future viability of these programs. So my question is, what is our communication plan? And when are we going to share these potential changes with families?
Go ahead, Associate Director Suisko.
Thank you, and through the chair. First, to Trustee Rajagulasingham, let me just express a shared concern in regards to communication and the importance of communication, as well as paying attention to the impact of our families. And this is why we're really engaging in deep analysis and the maps that we shared with you today. It's interesting. It was very interesting to me as I looked at the data. LC3 primarily offers evening classes. So that was again interesting starting at 5:30, because the concern that staff have, of course, is what I mentioned in my remarks, is that we are going to need to communicate strongly with our families because we're acknowledging a shift in time. So for families who this is part of their daycare arrangement for their children to be engaging in international language classes, what might that mean for them for their work hours? So I encourage you to take a look at that map. Some of the assumptions that I had personally were not transparent or not made apparent in the maps. The LC that offers primarily after-school classes is LC4. So we see a real blend in what LCs are offering. Regardless, families will need to be made aware of locations and with as much lead time as possible. So that is partly why we are talking about a 2-year implementation. We wouldn't think it appropriate to be communicating these changes if this is something that the trustees agree that we need to be creating efficiencies and we proceed. We need to be using all of our methodologies, TDSB connects, specific outreach to the families who are already enrolled, and to be sharing our timelines for staffing changes. So I hope that is somewhat reassuring, but I don't want to in any way dismiss your concern for needing to communicate strongly and work with our families to support their planning. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'll just shift to outdoor education. So we're looking at eliminating grade 6 outdoor education school trips to Scarborough Outdoor Education School at Camp Kearney. So does this site only service Scarborough schools? That's my first question. We have a number of model schools in Scarborough. My concern is we are eliminating the weekend trips. So now Scarborough students need to travel further to another site, but also pay a higher user fee. So given the demographic of families in Scarborough, how are we ensuring that these students will still be able to take part?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Trustee Rajagulasingham. Scarborough families and students have been among the highest users of our outdoor education centers. Approximately 70% of the students that visit the Scarborough Outdoor Education School are from LC3 schools. And schools in Scarborough visit some of our other centers already. Scarborough Outdoor Education School is actually the school farthest away from the TDSB and the school. So visiting other centers, which we are encouraging schools to move away from legacy practice and explore the unique opportunities and programming at our other centers, can create other opportunities for these students. Thank you for the question.
If I may add to the response, the Camp Kearney and the outdoor site that is there, 3.5 hours in transition. It's a long way. It's beautiful. It's a long way. I had the pleasure of visiting. Was a property that was originally owned by the Scarborough Board of Education. So we speculate, and schools in Scarborough are the most numbered in visits to Kearney, and we think that is likely because it has a long history of awareness. Again, our goal is no student is going to see a reduction in their outdoor, their overnight experience. We're just going to introduce them to our other beautiful sites and again, seek efficiencies. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I didn't know that it was actually the furthest site. So with the decreased use of that space in 5 years, what do you think the impact of this decision is going to be? Is this a potential first step in that site eventually shutting down? To the chair.
Through the chair, we are looking for efficiencies to maintain programming at the site, not the closure of the site at this time. Through the moving the regular grade 6 visits out of the weekends, it actually can create opportunities for revenue generation and other groups to access the site, community groups, high school groups, etc.
And if I may contribute to the response, we have been engaging since last year in the budget development cycle a very thorough review of all of our outdoor education centers to be understanding the facility needs, the usage, and to be really thinking about ways that we can find the efficiencies, but in some way cover the costs of the capital recovery that is needed and the repairs. And we are wanting to really engage in creative thinking to make that occur, as well as use these incredible centers to support Indigenous ways of knowing and being and learning that we're excited about. So much more to come in regards to outdoor education. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, and now to shift to the IB programs. Previously, we received data in a previous budget cycle, demographic data about about the group of students this program is serving. My first question is if we can get an updated list of what the students now look like. And my next question through the chair is, when we did a jurisdictional scan, are we aware of how other school boards are ensuring equity of access for these programs?
Thank you, and through the chair. We currently do not have demographics. I think that you're referring, Trustee Rajagulasingham, to Central Student Interest Program. So just the timeline for the effects of the approach that we're taking is due for the board in 2025, so we'd be able to provide information at that time.
Through the chair, I believe the last time IB programs and fees were introduced and it was being debated, we had requested the demographic data, and I believe we saw it. I'm not sure. I'll let another trustee speak to that. But if it is available, fantastic. If not, it's okay. My last question is, what do we think will be the impact on the demographic of students if we were to introduce fees? Again, just to better understand impact and what staff's thinking is.
Go ahead, Madam Director.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I just want to affirm that, in fact, in 2019, there was demographic data provided. I believe the data was challenged. We do not have that demographic data to share with you. We have not collected that data, so that is not available. And I will let staff speak to what we see as potential impacts.
Trustee Rajakulasingam, you have 2 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just end with, we are trustees of the board and we need to look at the impact of students across the city. The last few weeks, I'm thinking of how much Scarborough students continue to be on the receiving end of, the shorter stick. Inequitable distribution of legacy programs, childcare, the list goes on. So it's going to be a very difficult conversation around budget going forward, but looking forward to the conversations. Thank you.
Before staff speaks on a couple of your questions, do you want to go back on the list?
I'm okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, staff.
Okay, thank you. To answer your question, Trustee, around the impact, we believe that the plan to offer students subsidies based on income will assist students in terms of accessing the IB program, and we don't expect, therefore, a negative impact in terms of the demographics who are accessing the program.
Thank you. We have Trustee Siskarandaraja.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, staff, for working on this. It's, I'm sure, incredibly difficult, the situation that you're in, especially to make decisions about departments that I know are also very close and dear to you. So, I know that this is also very difficult for you and the situation that we've been put in, but here we are. I'm really exhausted by this budget, and I just can't believe this. Every few years we're at this place again and again. Like a lot of my colleagues shared, there's a lot in here that I just can't support. So I look forward to seeing how this continues to evolve. I'm looking forward to hearing our community delegations, because these are sweeping changes that we have in front of us, and to make these changes with so little public consultation, of course, worries me. I don't even know where to start. There's just so much. It just amazes me that programs we've spent decades building up can just be decimated within 5-minute increments of speaking time that we have. Like, these are huge decisions, and it weighs very, very heavy with me, and I'm sure everyone else. So I'm trying to keep it together, but it is really difficult because so many people are going to be impacted. I look forward to the point the Trustee Pei brought up. We do have issues. It's not a secret in terms of how long our investigations take, and so I look forward to the report that's coming later this week. Because, like you mentioned, we are going to always continue to have those deficits, and we can't cut programs to pay for other things. That's the last thing we should be doing. And again, this is, of course, no slight to staff. You're working within a framework that our government, our provincial government, has given us, and clearly a framework that doesn't work very well. Okay, I'll try to get my thoughts in order. So for the ILA program, through you, Mr. Chair, are we proposing to get rid of all after school ILA program? The ones that start right after school, or is it going to be targeted where we don't have the enrollment?
And through the chair, the way in which we will be looking at a 2-year phase-in is looking at the enrollment at the schools that have after school as well as evening and on the Saturdays. Based on that information, understanding that enrollment and the regular attendance of students are the basis for the funding, we're looking for the maximum number of students that can be accommodated in the classes. So when we look at the students that are after school in the after school programs, we will have to look very strictly at them and to see if we can build some of the programs that are after school, but if that isn't possible, then we're going to continue to try to grow the community hub concept for the sake of providing opportunities for the students across the city.
Where programs are robust and very well attended, they will be nurtured to grow after school.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so where the numbers exist, we will still have the after school program. We're not just, we're not sacrificing those to build the hub.
Correct.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Chair, the proposed time, the new proposed time is to end them at 8. Is that the current end time? Do we have programs in place that end at 8 o'clock?
Through you, Chair, that is correct. The evening programs will end at 8 o'clock.
Okay. So that won't be new. Okay. In terms of outdoor education, the Kearney site, I'm not understanding through you, Mr. Chair. Will it still be used during the week? We're just closing the weekend option?
Correct.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Chair, so the increase in fee that we are proposing, what are staff projecting how that will impact the number of participants? So what's the decrease in participants we anticipate from this increase in fees?
Through the chair, we believe that there is strong support and desire to continue to access the outdoor education programs offered through the TDSB. Even with the increased fee structure, the cost of these will, in most cases, be less than other excursion vendors that we access through the TDSBs, for example, the AGO, ROM, and other programs.
Our school leaders will always have the authority and responsibility to waive fees when a family needs those fees waived.
Through you, Mr. Chair, do we anticipate some schools just pulling out because now they have to cover for transportation, now they have to cover for these other things that they didn't have to before?
Thank you, through the chair. No, we do not, and that is something that we would monitor very carefully and closely during the implementation of this change.
Thank you. You know, I just want to, in many parts of this budget, it seems like a lot of downloading onto our local school budgets, and they're already stretched as well. So it's, you know, it just, you know, there's no winners in this situation, but I'm sure we all know that. Okay, so my other question through you, Mr. Chair, the one-to-one devices, do we have the information about how many outstanding devices do we have? Do we get all our devices back when children leave our system or graduate?
Through the chair, if Executive Officer Singh is online, I would ask him to, oh, he's here, sorry, thank you. I will turn it over to Executive Officer Singh.
Through the chair, we do not get all the devices back right away. There's a lot of follow-up that needs to happen. And we have a program set out with the schools now sending regular information to make sure students leaving our system, we track them down, means we do a follow-up and get our devices back. But I can tell you that 100% devices don't come back.
Through your chair, do you know what the percentage of the devices we do get back?
It varies. And when we started the recovery right after the COVID, the numbers were really high. Now the percentage started to shrink. We are still looking at close to 5 to 7% devices not coming back to us.
Through you, Mr. Chair, how much money does the board lose from not retrieving these?
The brand new device costs around $300. So over the year, the cost does come down. So I believe we are looking at close to 200,000 plus cost of not recovered devices.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's year after year.
That is correct.
Is there, through you, Mr. Chair, is there anything we can do? So I know I don't know if we can do this, but at the university setting, if you have outstanding dues, you don't get your degree. So is there something we can do to ensure, because $200,000 is a lot of money year after year if we're really trying to save programs?
I think the proposal is that we wanted to make sure the families have skin in the game, just the way we consider it in golf. There should be a minimal charge we should have upfront for the families as part of the allocating devices.
My time
Trustee
is up, so please add me to the
Gandaraja,
list.
your time is up. Do you wish to go back on list?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, and through the chair, again, I echo my colleagues in commending staff for this very well thought out presentation, especially the presentation piece, because I think, you know, the reports that we get are highly detailed and helpful to trustees, but that the general public really do appreciate the presentation format in our meetings. So thank you for that. I do have to say I'm a bit confused about this budget process. My understanding is that, you know, and my, quite frankly, communication to my constituents has been that we were planning to pass a needs-based budget by April the 2nd, and that could be used as a point of advocacy when and if our provincial GSN came in lower than what we needed. So I was of the understanding that this would be our aspirational budget. What I'm seeing, though, is a budget presented to us with cuts that we will have to now be forced to vote on before we are even given the cuts from the province, potential cuts. So, you know, I don't know if this can be reworked, but what I personally would like to see is that aspirational budget. I would vote yes to an aspirational budget, and my gut feel is that what you'll have with this exercise, if it is not an aspirational budget, is that you'll have half the trustees voting no to cuts and half the trustees passing a budget with cuts before we've even been dealt any cuts. So it's not computing to me why we're doing it this way. I'll pause for a second and see if staff have any comment about that, but I do also have some questions.
Thank you, and through the chair. So there is an obligation for staff to present a balanced budget. And that is why you're seeing these cuts at this time, because we did look at what the revenue would be based on our best thinking or our best estimates at this time. As I indicated, a number of these reductions, not all of them, but a number of them, we would have been either operationally looking at finding efficiencies or making these reductions in order to add to the budget. And the expectation would be that, it would be nice if some of the structural deficit was addressed, and that through the release of the GSN, that we are in a position where we are able to add back to the budget at that time.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. I will not be voting for any cuts in this April 2nd budget. And I encourage my colleagues to do the same. This is our opportunity to send a message to the province that any amount of cuts are unacceptable. And we can do that at a time where we won't be put into trusteeship over it. So that's my appeal to you as colleagues. In terms of my questions, I wondered about the adult day school. So how will staffing be impacted with the elimination of some of the, or consolidation of some of the programs? Will there be layoffs? Through the chair.
Thank you, and through the chair, I would invite our colleagues from People and Culture to address this question.
Through you, the chair, we do have annual staffing processes where the adult day staff will be absorbed into other positions within QB.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I did want to comment about the change to the international languages program time to 5:30. I have received a number of concerns around that change from families whose students are accessing the program at 3:30 and also are using it to serve a childcare need. So I did just want to put that out there regarding that change. With respect to outdoor education, will the Boyne site at all be impacted by some of the potential consolidation of programming or elimination of the weekend programming? Are we considering cutting anything from Boyne at this point? Through the chair.
So I can speak to this, and then my colleagues may add, but through the chair, Boyne is not considered as part of this outdoor education proposal right now. It is not an operating site, so we are still working with the Indigenous Education Department to determine how to provide Indigenous land-based learning to the students of TDSB, and what the best way to do that is, whether it's through the Boyne or other outdoor education facilities.
Okay, thank you. I just want to share Trustee Siskandaraj's comment about, an awful lot of expenses seeming to be downloaded onto schools when we know their budgets are already strapped. And I wanted to talk a bit about the transportation costs. So what is the transportation cost to and from an outdoor education site? Does it vary by school and distance, or is it a flat cost?
Through the chair, it is dependent on the location of the school and the site. The range is from $400 to $1,500, depending the location of the school and which site they choose to visit.
For overnight excursions.
Right. So would it be correct to say then that some schools will now need to pay $1,500 for students to attend? Or that will have to come out of pocket from students? Like, I'm not understanding that piece.
Through the chair, for schools on the LOI 1 to 150, there will be no impact on the transportation to our overnight centers. For schools 151 and above, the cost of transportation will be something that schools will need to consider. when selecting their outdoor education site. That may go into their decision-making of which site they may attend. And I'd like to say that we offer rich outdoor education programming at all of our sites. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. And I have a few minutes left, or a few seconds left, so I'd ask to be put back on the list. But just to tie this one up, so it could be $1,500 per group of, let's say, 30 students. Like, what is the average group size that would go out at a time that would share the cost of busing?
Through the chair, the $1,500 transportation cost is to the Scarborough Outdoor Education School, and the average group size there is 60 to 65 students on site at a time.
Okay, so it would be like $25-ish a student. And I will leave by saying that I already have a number of schools that do cover the cost of busing that are not necessarily model schools for field trips, because that's something that's been identified by parents in their school improvement plan as a need in order to offer equitable access to those types of excursions. And if you could please put me back on the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee McLean.
Like my colleagues, I find this to be a frustrating process in which we're faced with monetary challenges because the Ministry of Education doesn't fund us for things that are clearly their responsibility. In any of those areas, there's a number of areas that would cover our entire deficit. And I want to explore some of those now, please. Can I ask, in 2014, when we were paying our teachers more because of the cost of living in Toronto was higher, who was paying that increased rate? Who was paying 100% of that expense?
Through the chair, prior to 2014, TDSB would have incurred the cost as part of their budget and then would have been funded, but the funding would have been funded differently. And so I'm not sure at that time if we had a deficit that we were incurring or not. We'd have to, do you have that information, Executive Officer Snyder?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what the Associate Director says is correct. It would have been bared within our board budget.
So
there has been a historic underfunding of teacher salaries going back as late as 2014. It was between 1% and 2% because, again, we negotiated locally, but the funding benchmarks were set by the province.
But before they were all put, again through the chair, before they were all put into a central grid and whatnot, there were different rates all throughout the province. And who was paying whatever those costs were? How much was the province paying for what the different boards were paying their educators through the process prior to the point in which they amalgamated them?
Prior to amalgamation?
No, prior to the grid and the central process.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we'll have to do some background research, but my understanding from my recollection at the time is that we would negotiate our collective agreements. We would have an indication of what the province was thinking about in their budget process, and depending on negotiation and that time frame, we'd have some parameters of what we're likely to receive from the province. But back in those days, we were at a higher rate pay schedule than the funding benchmark was at the time by between 1% to 2% of salaries only when we look at it. And that when we had more flexibility in our budget, that would be absorbed as part of our overall budget.
Through the chair, sorry.
No, I was just going to add through the chair that the big difference is that we negotiated. So we had a say in what the percentage increase was going to be and made the decision what percentage increase to provide, possibly based on the funding we received, or we made a conscious decision to increase based on being over. So when we moved to central bargaining, our ability to impact our budget was taken out of our hands.
Again, through the chair, if at any point, because they were making different amounts throughout the province, was the province paying 100% of what we were paying our teachers?
Through the chair, it would have been a benchmark, and every board in the province would have received the same benchmark. It just wouldn't have been based on a specific salary amount that they had negotiated.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to talk a little bit about outdoor education. I understand the salary benefits of moving the visits from the weekend to during the week as it pertains to staff. I'm not understanding the 65. It's a nominal amount. I'm just not understanding how we're saving $65,000 in the food. I'm just curious. This really isn't. If we chased every 65,000, we'd be here endlessly. So, I can't not know.
Through the chair, the 1,000 students who would not be attending that site on weekends would not be being fed, and it is through our third-party food contract service, the staffing, food costs, et cetera, that would be those reductions.
When they eat during the week?
Yes, they'll continue to eat through the week.
But the staff that are hired for the weekend would not need to be there for the weekend, and we have existing staff through the week at the other sites.
I got the staff part. It's just
the food.
Okay. You've written it down and you've answered, and I still don't understand, but that's okay. I'm going to agree to move on. Permanent income was, through the chair, permanent income was referenced. Can you tell us currently, because since it's only 15 times a year that we have weekend visits, so this site is available, obviously, other weekends, and you've twice alluded to the fact that there's the potential for permanent income as it pertains to this site. Can you share how often it's currently, at what rate, and is there a reasonable amount of permanent income that we can forecast to offset some of this?
Through the chair, the 15 weekends that there is programming are those weeks that have weekends that do not bump against holidays, PD days, and school breaks. So those are 15 weekends that have 5-day school weeks on either side. I would need to get back to you about the current level of weekend use at our other sites that do not have weekend groups in it at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I don't agree with the whole premise that we have cuts and we have to accept the cuts and we have to find them, and that we shouldn't be advocating for some of the areas. That being said, you've identified like 300,000 in terms of an increased use of like outdoor education, transportation fees that I'm personally just not interested in. I'm interested in looking under more rocks, and this isn't what I'm looking, I agree with my colleague, Trustee Laskin, in that we should stand for some things, and outdoor education is one of the things that we have stood for in the past. And I'd be interested in eating the front 300,000 and making transportation. We should just funding the transportation. This isn't an area where I think we should be, and changing the LOI, doubling it to what we currently have the high end of the school's pay doesn't seem to be the solution to me. I'm going to talk about, again, through the chair, the day programs. The adult, I represent Ward 2, which is the largest chunk geographically. I'm going to go back on the list, please. Thank you.
Go back to the list. Okay. All right. Thank you, Trustee McLean. So we have Trustee Didavides, Trustee Ara, Trustee King, and then we have another speaker list starts with, and Chair Chanaslen. And then we have a repeat of Trustee Laskin, Trustee Arts, Trustee Pei, Trustee Sisko Naraja, Trustee Dawson, Trustee McLean, and if I get a chance, I will speak too. Thank you. You go ahead, Vice Didavides.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to start off some questions in terms of process. I'm not sure if it's possible while I'm asking questions, if you can throw the slide, it's page 41 on my PDF, updated budget schedule. And I'll start on with my questions, if you're able to get that slide on, because I think it will help with people following along. So we're not approving this report today for action, right? Is that correct? Through the chair?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So today is for information gathering. We're doing the consultations on the 26th. And then we come back on the 27th and make some determinations that go to the board on April 2nd, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. According to the Education Act, there are a number of things that we have to do through that process, including having a balanced budget. That's also correct. But what's the deadline for us to submit? Not to sound like a student when they ask for, extensions on the essays and things like that, but what's the deadline for us to have to submit a balanced budget?
Through the chair, June 30th.
So June 30th is the date that we have to submit a balanced budget. And we don't have an exact date, but we don't expect to get the GSNs from the province until sometime in April, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. So if that's the case, not a question, more of a statement to my colleagues, we don't have to submit any of these cuts to the province yet, because we have an opportunity to explore things that are more aspirational in nature. My favorite part of the presentation, to be honest, were the comments from the director when she spoke about all the wonderful things we would be able to do if we were funded properly. And I would like to take some time with the rest of my colleagues to explore what some of those things are and to have a discussion with the public, because I think most of the public would agree with us that these are things that we would want to do. I don't think many of the things in this report are popular, and I want to thank staff for the work that they're doing as to get us through the process, and I think I understand the elements of the process and why we're here, but I also understand that as educators, most of you would rather be working on reports about how we can enlarge and extend the resources and opportunities for children, and I feel that some of these things that we have here do the opposite. I do have some more specific questions, and because there's a number of people that went before me, there are some elements that were already asked, but a couple of questions. And the first one that, one of the items that's not on the list that we're not trying to find efficiencies on, that we have a funding gap on that's quite significant is IT. Are there any elements of that spending line that have been dealt with that don't show up on the report? Why is that element not here, but some of the other things that we're looking at are? That I was curious about that, please, through the chair.
Thank you, and through the chair. So IT is partially funded by the province, and I would say that there are components that support IT that are not specifically identified as IT. So we're comparing specific grants to our costs. That being said, with the challenges that we've seen other boards and other organizations experiencing with regards to cybersecurity, with moving to one-to-one devices and wanting to ensure that we have the correct infrastructure in place in order to support the technology, all of the software and licensing costs that continue to increase. We have seen this deficit grow year over year, while trying to ensure that we are protecting ourselves as best as possible. So we, as part of our regular budget review, all central departments review their costs and try to find efficiencies. So it's not there because we're ignoring it. It's not there because we feel that those costs are essential in operating and protecting the board. But I would ask Executive Officer Singh if there's anything else that he would like to add.
Through the chair, Associate Director Zucker has actually covered all the key points, because we have seen the inflation cost and the licensing costs go up, and some of the mitigation steps we had to take to protect TDSB from cyber attacks on an ongoing basis. Also, the investment the board made after the pandemic into one-to-one in technology itself. To support that one-to-one technology infrastructure, there was also investments made to build what I call is a rock-solid core infrastructure for Wi-Fi and networking services. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a follow-up question to that, so who sets the funding level for IT? And it's not to pick on the IT department. It's, to be honest, is because normally we love our memories from going camping, the programs for seniors, lots of people attached to them. We're not attached to IT department, and no offense, in the same way that we are to some of these other programs. So who sets the funding levels for what we get for IT? Because it's obviously not connected to the reality that we have on the school board, and not having cybersecurity, not having access to email and things like that. It's just not functional in a modern institution with tens of thousands of students and teachers.
Through the chair, the funding that the expenses are being compared to comes from the GSN, so the ministry.
So the ministry sets the standard, and have we communicated the need for greater amounts of resources in many of the elements that have funding gaps?
Through the chair, absolutely, and as part of the budget consultation document that we do each fall, we identify all of these areas where we have gaps and where we believe that we could use additional support with funding.
And so I guess the place I'm leading this to is to ask, right? Because we have a number of trustees that have a real difficult time wanting to see the Learning for Life program cut. It's been decades in the process to cut back on outdoor education and a number of other places. So what's the difference between finding efficiencies here and finding efficiencies and finding ways to improve our education? I don't know my time, by the way. I can't see it. Sorry. If I've gone over. Did I really? Did you want to answer this question? I can go back in the list later.
Do you want to answer the question? Can you repeat the question? Trustee Diabetes?
Well, I can go back in the list. I can go back.
Madam Director wants to have a comment.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, if I may answer the last question. 5 to 7 years ago, most of the budget reductions that were required were found through central services, including reducing IT, in order to protect many of the services that we are discussing this evening. To cut back on IT services would mean to reduce some of our cybersecurity infrastructure that we are putting in place, and that is a real risk that ultimately impacts student learning, our finances, our privacy and protection of information, and as well as our core services. Also, in order to be able to deliver more services, we are increasingly reliant on our digital infrastructure in order to operate on a day-to-day basis. Some of the software that we're using was actually built and established many years ago and is running the end of its life, and we now critically must replace it. So those are some of the reasons that we have not suggested reductions to IT. We did look at it very carefully as a team and made decisions that it was just too much of a risk to the organization to do so.
Thank you, and I'll go back on the list of through the chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Deputies. Trustee Erhard.
All right, thanks very much, everyone. Like all the trustees, I'm going to have questions in lots of different areas, and so thanks in advance for everyone's efforts. I'll start just with the reasons for the structural deficit, and this is feedback through the chair. That for me, how I'm interpreting the replacement costs for sick leave framing in terms of the structural deficit is an implication that the changes to the sick leave package have potentially led to abuse. And I don't know if that's what's intended. And so I wanted to flag it because to me, correlation isn't causation, and implying that the doubling of sick days is because people are opportunistically taking advantage of a benefit when we're coming out of a pandemic. It's really hard for me to digest that without more evidence, particularly when costs for sick leave exist economy-wide right now. And so I just want to put that forward as feedback. I know it's a significant cost to the board, but I'm not, at least for me, the rationale isn't jiving with what I'm seeing and experiencing economy-wide, and also just valuing our workers and the changes to their working conditions through the pandemic and post, like as we're moving through the pandemic. So I'll leave that for what it is. I've questions in a few areas, and so I'll start with international languages, and I wanted to understand through the chair, the savings I'm assuming would be through staffing reductions because enrollment would increase to a point where we wouldn't be losing money to run the course. Is that a correct understanding?
Chair?
Oh, to the chair?
I hope you can hear me now, Trustee Erhard. We will maximize enrollment in each of the classes. So if that makes sense. So we're not wanting to reduce the offerings for students. We just want to operate more efficiently.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm not sure I understand what that means. Does that mean that there will be more learners in a class then?
That's correct.
Or, okay, thank you. And how many learners are needed for it to be cost neutral? I thought I heard that 25 students we would still operate at a loss. So what's the class size to effectively be neutral, understanding that it must vary based on location?
Thank you, and through the chair. Trustee Erhard, the The costs related to international languages, the deficit is largely resultant of the fact that our funding is less than our costs for our employees. We don't ever expect, regrettably because of that fact, we'll ever be cost neutral. What we're aiming to do is to become as efficient as we can while not compromising program. And I see AD Zucker wishing to contribute.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add a little bit more about the funding. It's one of the only grants where it's funded at the maximum when we have 23 students in the class, and the funding decreases $1 for every less student that we have less than 23 on a per class basis. So if you have 10 students in the class, you're losing $13 of the funding right off the bat in having the same cost. So that's why maximizing that class size or having the minimum class size becomes very important, because it's directly tied to the funding.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. Does really help to clarify. I'll just say quickly, because I can see my time's already going, that I've received a number of emails expressing concerns around the changes in our community. And you could see through the maps that it tends to be after school offerings. I'm finding it hard to understand that evenings, particularly for the youngest learners, would serve them or would serve parents. And it leads me to wonder how many sites we're planning to have. So we currently have 135. I don't think I heard the number. How many sites do we believe we'd have under the new model in year 1 and year 2? Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, Trustee Earhart, we don't have a number in mind at this time. We are really wanting to analyze the data and to, again, seek as much efficiencies as we can and do this analysis and implementation over 2 years while maintaining geographic equity. So there's a lot of look-fors that we are wanting to use as guiding principles. So I wouldn't want to provide a number and be accurate, but we'd be pleased to update the board through time.
Okay, thank you. I will say that I have received many emails concerned. And I will say one thought that this might be a deliberate attempt to reduce classes because of the funding, like that there's a feeling that there's an interest to reduce access. For what it's worth, that's what I've received. I also wanted to ask how this relates to caretaking, because what we're hearing here for international languages doesn't jive with what we're hearing for the other aspects of continuing education in terms of the caretaker costs for later into the evening and weekends. And so how does that work in terms of the rationale of shifting times? And thank you.
Executive Officer Snyder.
Oh, sorry, I was concentrating on something else. Can I have the question again, please?
Just in terms of how the proposal to shift times for international languages from immediately after school, so when caretakers are still there, to the after school, the evenings and weekends, how those increased caretaker costs would factor into proposed cost savings for those programs. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, working with our colleagues from continuing education, we'd have to look at which sites are being picked and what hours of operation to be able to determine what the caretaking impact would be.
Okay.
Sorry, and through the chair, I think you're saying how would that be beneficial for us to move it to that time? And I think it's, again, looking at maximizing the class size. If a course offering is offered directly after school, there is no time for students who are not at that specific school to be able to maybe attend one of the community hubs that would be housing a number of classes that are happening at the same time. So it really is about ensuring that there's time for the students who are available or who want to attend those classes to be able to get to those classes. And so with regards to caretaking, there would be no difference in cost between after school and evening. And yes, there would be costs on the weekend, additional costs, but those costs, again, when we're looking at in having hubs, we would maximize the number of classes that are happening in one place to reduce the number of locations and therefore the number of caretaking hours that would be required.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I have very limited time available, so I won't be able to speak too much to continuing education. I may go back on the list for that reason. I like many, I've heard so much. I did want clarified, are we looking at cutting, is the proposal to just cut seniors daytime programming, or is it to entirely cut Learn for Life?
Through the chair, at this moment, we are recommending that we will be discontinuing the Learn for Life programs that include senior daytime, the general interest and seniors daytime.
So I'm still confused. Does that mean that evening and weekend programming under the Learn for Life banner would still run? Or is it that everything under Learn for Life is being proposed to be terminated and end to Learn for Life? Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, the recommendation right now is to discontinue all programs that include evening and weekend, as well as senior daytime.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I don't support it. I'll go back on the list and just thank you very much for the answers.
Thank you, Trustee Erhard. Trustee King?
Thank you through the chair. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, staff, for the tremendous amount of work in preparing this report for us. I think, like my colleagues, I'd much rather be having a conversation about the elements that the director opened the meeting with and the type of aspirational budget that Trustee Dawson mentioned. That said, here we are and we have an opportunity to speak about these items. So I do want to make a couple of comments, starting with the Learn for Life. I really echo what we heard earlier from Trustee Laskin here. I think, you know, I have Learn for Life programs in my ward. I have heard from many people. I know how meaningful these programs are, and I simply can't even consider a cut without having a discussion about other options. I think the conversation we should be having is around other solutions and problem solving in tandem with potential partners, with the city. I just think we need to flip that conversation completely. International languages and African heritage. So I'm in Ward 7. I'm part of LC4, where we heard that classes are almost entirely at 3:30. I've had a child enrolled in this class, in this program. I've been in the school when this program is running, and I've seen that what works so well about it is the safe transition that's able to happen at that 3:30 time when kids can go safely from class right to the program. And it also really facilitates or is an opportunity for parents that aren't available to pick their children up at that time. So I'm very concerned that the 3:30, losing that, I think would be a barrier for many families. And I'm concerned about, on the other end, what that means for younger families, younger children that need to be home for, homework, for dinner time, for bedtime. So I think that there are going to be some limitations there. My question here is, I'm just wondering, with this proposal, do staff already have some sort of vision of what transportation to a hub might look like? How far might kids be traveling? Who's taking them? How would that work?
Through the chair, with the new vision of implementing the community hubs, we're geographically accessible. We are looking at the number of classes that will be existing in the community hubs in order to maintain that efficiency, maximizing that efficiency. And based on that information, based on where the requests are across the city, we will try our very best to create as many community hubs across the city that will also ensure that we are being as fiscally responsible as possible. Given what Associate Director Sarisco had mentioned, that this is unfortunately due to the fact that the total wages are over the amount that we get funded by the ministry. We understand that our best effort is to try to minimize those costs. So therefore, we do need to look at trying to create community hubs across the city where there is a sufficient amount of interest based on from the language communities, so that we can create those community hubs across the city.
And if I may contribute to you, Trustee King, parents would continue to hold responsibility for transporting their children to the ILE programs.
Thank you for that second comment. I think that's what I wanted to clarify, that the onus is now would be on families to travel to a location that's not necessarily their home school, possibly further through the year, through different weather, with different transportation modes available or not available to them. I think you understand my point, that there's a potential additional burden on families there. I'm going to move on to the International Baccalaureate program. So I have this program in my ward as well at Parkdale Collegiate. I will say that just generally in principle, I don't support fees for public education programs. I understand that this was a decision of the board in 2019, but I am concerned about the resumption of fees. I'm concerned about the cost being prohibitive for many families in my community, and I'm also concerned about the type of climate that is generated in a school when you have families that are paying and families that are not, and essentially exacerbating some of the kind of multi-class kind of systems and nuances that we're seeing as problematic in some schools. So my question here, I just wanted to understand a little bit of the background on this program. I'm wondering if you can just briefly let me know how long the program's been running, and what the rationale is. I noticed that it's a very low enrollment. There's just over 1,200 students across our system in this program. So just trying to understand a little bit about why it was introduced, how long it's been running, and why we continue.
Thank you. And I will start by saying that all the programs actually have a different start date, but some of our programs go back 30 years approximately. And so some of them are more recent, probably in the last 15 years or so. So our IB programs throughout the board do have a long history. Until 2019, they were funded by the board based on the IBO fees that the International Baccalaureate Organization sets on an annual basis. So those fees have continued, and in 2019, the board did decide to look at a cost recovery model, which is what we are speaking about tonight, about reinstituting.
Thank you. So is my understanding correct that prior to 2019, we ran this program at a deficit?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to understand as well about the subsidy proposal. How was the amount of 75,000 household income determined as the threshold? I'm thinking that depending on the nature of work, the size of the family, 75,000 household isn't necessarily that much, and leaving much discretionary income. So how was that determined?
So we do look at size of family in addition to the income. So I don't know if you can see that also in the chart. So if you look at the annual fee schedule, we do have, and it's, thank you, sorry. We do have the fee schedule, and we were looking at including the levels, in addition to the subsidies of the family income ranges, we did have the number of children, and I don't see that included. So I have to go back to my notes, but it does look at the number of children as well.
Thank you very much. My time is up and my questions are as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. We have Chair Chenaslin, but she's not here. We'll bring her back on list. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I really thank my colleagues for all their comments. I really do agree with all of them, and I appreciate the seriousness for which we're looking at each of these lines to try to determine what's feasible and what isn't feasible. So instead of asking a lot more questions, I want to talk about the premise of the snow cuts. Because I've been here through this rhetoric time and time and time again. And I want to make a distinction between cuts to programs and services for our kids and efficiencies that we can find. Because the thought, I just conceptually don't understand it. Nobody goes to the city and says, do the exact same budget as you're doing this year, next year. Nobody goes to the province and makes that same argument. So I, for the life of me, I never understand, and I never have since I became a trustee, why somehow people feel they can come to the board and say, no cuts, don't do anything differently. And I just think that's not appropriate business, and it's certainly not appropriate for our staff to come to us and say, in this whole organization of 3.7 billion, you know what? We can't find you any efficiencies. We're doing exactly everything fabulously. And so I really make a distinction when I look at the budget process between cuts to programs and services directly impacting students and community versus operational changes, modernization, efficiencies. And we have invested now in new people have come into our organization that give us a different perspective, different experiences. We finally have a human resources professional as opposed to just an educator in the role. And I really think that the director is our only direct employee, but we have to charge her with overlooking the system. And I believe there are potentially efficiencies. As I say that out of one side of my mouth, out of the other side of my mouth, I'd love nothing more to keep investing in different things, to try new things. And I would say all that investment for me would be mostly in people, because it's the people that will make a difference in our system. It's their relationships with the individual students and families. So all that being said, when I really look at this budget, and I agree with Trustee Dawson that this is the beginning of a process, and I'm not afraid to carry a small deficit going into from an FBEC perspective. We have had some deficits in the past, and we have had a 3-year plan. We thought we'd have a surplus this year to reinvest. That did not come through fruition. But that's what this is. This is a budget plan. We get the quarterly spendings. We see the actual amounts. They're always different. So I'm not so worried about that. But when I look at the reductions that staff have proposed in options to balance, very few of them are program. Very few of them. And if I look at continuing education, I don't mind the idea of trying to save some costs in reorganizing hubs, but maybe 2 million is too ambitious because we're transitioning. Maybe it could be 1 million. Maybe I can live with 1 million. I look at the outdoor education as what's trying to save $1 million. I don't think the user fees and the transportation costs are going to fly. So maybe that remains at 0.3, just the weekend. I look at the 0.8 for international baccalaureate, and I agree with my colleague. It's not that I don't want to implement the fee. I think we have to give it a year to implement, and I believe we should be implementing this. They cost for this program. We should pay for this program in fees, but I don't necessarily think it's this year. People have already been signed up. People are in that program. I think it could be a transition starting next year. I don't have a problem with the permits, the central staff, the school renewal, and the sick leave. These are aspirational targets to reorganize ourselves based upon our new multi-year strategic plan. So in essence, we're starting out with a 20.8 deficit. My suggestions, as I just go through this just on paper exercise, is all that would add up to 20.7, 20.6, 20.9. So then I'm at a position where I'm saying, then it's almost the same as what we're starting in our deficit, but I'm actually going to propose a reinvestment for vice principals and safety positions and maybe some other staff flexibility. So at the end of the day, my bottom line would be initially to have a deficit of under 10, maybe somewhere around 8, and go into the process with maybe some other aspirational changes of staff looking at more efficiencies and reorganizations. I don't think we're far off, and I think we should do this at the first stage, because as staff explained to us, and I know my time is out, so I'll just finish this breath, the province does not fully fund costs that are completely out of our control. And that's simply inappropriate. So, Mr. Chair, I have more comments to make if you can put me back on.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Before we move on to next speaker, we will go on a brief break at 7:30 and we will return back 7:45. Yeah? Okay. Trustee Arts, you want to go ahead? No, because there were 5 minutes. You want to go first, Trustee? Yeah, it's your time. Go ahead.
Patel. So I really thank all of my colleagues for their impassioned and thoughtful comments on the report before us tonight and the challenges that we face. You know, I've done a lot of media today, and it started at, I think, 8:10 this morning, and I feel like it's been going all day. And I feel more convinced than ever that that structural deficit that we're faced with because of those particular pieces that the province saddles us with, in particular the CPP and EI of $35.2 million for next year. The salary grid costs versus actual costs, that's 22.3 million, I think, if I remember correctly. You know, that's over 50 million, like well over $50 million. Even if we just take that salary grid alone, which is a particular TDSB issue, it's not something that would cost the province a tremendous amount of money, but should have been solved by them after all these years, and something in which we have absolutely no control over. You know, we are not a municipality. We cannot raise taxes to pay for that. We are completely creatures of the province in that sense. I mean, imagine what we could do with that money. When we think about, you know, and I do believe at the same time, as stewards of the board, it is important for us to be always thinking about how can we do programs better? How can we do them more efficiently? Let's look at things holistically and think about how to improve them from all different aspects. Because it is important to innovate and to grow and to become stronger and better in terms of how we run things. But when I think of what we could do with that money in terms of supports for students in our classrooms, and when I think of the innovations, the types of things that Director Russell Rollins talked about at the beginning, creating innovation centers. I mean, we know there's innovations happening in each and every school that we visit in our ridings each and every day, but imagine if we could have an innovation center hub in our city that TDSB had. There's so many incredible things that we could be building that we can't, and so many pieces where we are pulling money from line items in grants to pay for these pieces that the province should pick up, it is incredibly frustrating. So some pieces that I've been thinking about a lot, I think it's really time that we push the moratorium again with the province. I'm hoping that, I know there are some trustees who've been working on a motion. I'm hoping that they will bring that forward tonight, potentially, or at some point soon. I believe Trustee McLean has it across the room. I mean, I think these are, instead of asking us to look at, you know, finding more and more reductions in programs where we've become so lean. When I think of the central staff that we're cutting further and how lean we are as it is, the kind of efficiencies we could find through the moratorium would be incredible, not just for financial reasons, but also for programming. When we have high schools running at 500, and we could be doing consolidations and perhaps even getting a new school out of it, and creating a very strong program where we have 1,200 kids and provide rich programming. These are opportunities that I would really like to see the province work with us on. So I think there are opportunities in this report, even though much of this report is hard to read. But I think that's a real place for opportunity for us to work with the province. I do want to talk a little bit about, and I realize I'm actually running out of time. I'm going to have to go back on the list. I do want to talk about computers, and that's what I am going to talk about when I get back on the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Chanaslin. And I think we can go on break now, and we'll be back 7:45 sharp. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Trustees who are online, can you please spell your first and last name? Trustees online who are present?
Trustee Earhart.
Trustee Rajwani.
Trustee Dawson.
Trustee King.
We have quorum, right? Right. Moving along with the speakers list, we have Trustee Arts.
Through you, Madam Chair. I left off at the general interest courses in continuing education. I would just request that we get quite a bit more information before having to make a decision. We're being asked to cancel programs outright. And I truly don't have enough information to understand that decision at this point. I see an outright cancellation of creating gaps in the programming we offer. So I know our number one priority are our children, but we do have a mandate to serve adult education. And I don't believe that all of the adult education that we offer has to be credit earning. There are truckloads of skills that high school kids don't learn yet, or no longer learn, that are important life skills across, financial literacy, programming and technical skills that can help them decide on careers, could help an adult change careers over time. We offer quite a lot of that non-credit skills-based programming through Learn for Life. And I think these are very important courses, and I honestly can't find the equivalent courses offered elsewhere, unless, except for some of these programs are offered as full post-secondary degree pathways, which you wouldn't access on a one-off course basis. And there is a big difference for somebody who's like, I think I would like to change my career to my skills development. There's a big difference between saying, I know where I want to go, and so I'm going to take a full credit course in this. And here's a business development course and, a skills workshop that, I can invest in for a fee and gain some experience and maybe change my career trajectory to something I want. Lots of people go to school for stuff and then change their minds about what they want to be. I think that those kinds of programs that we offer that are not being offered elsewhere are really important. And I think by canceling this outright without a fulsome discussion or review will leave gaps in types of programming that that adults are able to offer. So I have a number of questions that don't have to be answered tonight, but I would like information on, like, what is the enrollment of these courses, and what are the enrollments across different types of courses, say, because we offer just sort of general interest recreation kind of programming, and then we offer skills-based programming, and I would like to understand who's enrolled in what kind of courses, what kind of demand do we actually have, and how many people are we serving? Could we actually serve, for some of this programming, could we actually serve secondary students in the night school, in the evening and weekend programming? Because as I said, quite a bit of this type of programming in skills development, kids aren't necessarily getting in school. So are these the kinds of things that we could also be offering to high school students? So essentially, how do we move forward without creating any gaps? How can we continue how could we continue to offer non-credit courses that are still aligned with our overall education mandate? How would a funding proposal look different if it's structured to be revenue neutral as opposed to canceling it outright? So Trustee Lee alluded to this earlier. Why aren't these courses cost recovery? Do we need to change fees? Do we need to look at how we offer the courses? So do we only offer them, so we offer them, but only with the caveat that they will only run if they are fully enrolled and so funded at the level of the cost of the instructor and resources. So I need a lot more information before I can proceed, and I hope that we can get that before our next meeting on the 27th. I believe it is. I would also like to understand, this came up already, what could be offloaded or shared with other agencies like the city, other community programming structures, post-secondary structures, that could have us not create gaps in what people have access to. Are there grant programs that could help seniors enroll and cover the cost?
Sorry,
like
Trustee,
your
time is up, and I gave you more than.
And I don't need to go back on the list.
Sure.
I've said a lot. I just need a lot more information.
Back on list, yeah. Trustee Pay.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions. If I finish my time, please put me back to the list. First, I want to make some comments. I understand we're facing a big deficit this year again. It is always difficult to discuss as this is a stressing time. But I had to say, I am against any kind of cuts. I think the community's voice are so important. I have a lot of seniors, they send me emails saying, Trustee Pay, saving our program. Because that's how we live our life. That's how we connect with our friends. That's how we feel belonging in our community. So I would definitely advocate against any cut regarding those senior learning programs. Also, I think it's very important. Our kids should enjoy not only at school, also outdoor educations opportunities. I will open to the idea that we increase the fees for utilizing the outdoor education centers, but I would not agree that we should cut the access to those centers. I think is my most problem is regarding the replacement cost for sick leave. We have such a big number that is amount to $112 million. The sick leave days certainly jumped from 8 days to 16 days. So I just don't know whether staff, through your chair, I want to ask staff whether they have ever done any research to find out why there's a big number of increase of sick leaves. How we can deal with it moving forward. Thank you.
I will ask Executive Officer Kennedy to speak to this.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. We are alert to the challenges with attendance and the impacts that staff absences have at our schools and across the organization. As soon as next week at Audit Committee, we are going to be presenting the results of an evaluation report that was completed by an external party whom supports a variety of school boards across the province and has access to a significant amount of attendance data and some of the larger impacts. And recommendations will follow that report. along with action items that we intend to implement in the coming months with the people and culture transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Pei?
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back to my original question is like, I'm asking the board is to do analysis, really analyze how we can become efficient in terms of investigating our own stuff, how we can reduce the investigation time and put the stuff back to work in more efficient fashion. So that way we can save a lot of funding on that. I think it's staff really need to work on that. I just asked through your chair, I just want to stop. Do the staff ever have any intention to do this kind of analysis, or they're willing to provide a report to the trustees?
Madam Director.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we share the concerns that have been articulated. Staff are continually working to analyze the obstacles to a quick return while fulfilling our responsibilities under collective agreements, the Human Rights Commission, and working closely with our unions and associations. So this is work that is ongoing. I believe staff has presented 2 reports in private to the board and would be happy to do so on an ongoing basis. As mentioned by Associate Director Pon, there is a revised procedure coming forward that has explicitly the intentions outlined in the comments and questions made by the trustee. Similarly, I think it would be important for me to acknowledge publicly that there are circumstances often beyond the control of the board that protract employees being away from work and not being returned because the investigation cannot be finished. So in summary, we share the concerns articulated. We will continue to look at this area for a number of reasons. Obviously financial savings, but it is also good for our employees for their time away from work to be shortened and for them to return to work as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Director. Through Chair, I have another question regarding the international language program. I want to learn from the staff, what's the rationale that is the time being moved from 3:30 to 6 p.m. and to 5:30 to 8 p.m. Because 8 p.m. is really late time for young kids. As I understand, the young kids, international language is offered from JK to grade 8, right? Because some of my constituents really express this concern, regarding this time movement. What's the rationale behind this, by the way?
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Pei. Trustee Pei, so the format of offering international languages classes from 5:30 to 8 is an existing structure. That is one time slot that we see is very popular. In order for us to create hubs and create the efficiencies, we need to invite parents to attend the classes at the designated hub, and we recognize that, of course, their homeschool would need to be concluding, and they would need to transport their wee wonders to the hub in order to participate in the class that they're signing up for. So it enables actually more access is what we're hoping for parents to attend the class that starts at 5:30. I hope that's clear.
Through Chair, that actually increase barriers for parents to transport their students from one school to another school at different time. Because I understand a lot of working families work until 5, but the international program, they start at the home school, from 3:30, to 6. That's, some kind of way they're working like, daycare for them. So they don't have to rush back from work. Now they had to rush back, from work, maybe in the middle of work, they'll pick up their kids and then come back, and then go again. So I just don't understand the rationale.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Thank you, and through you, Trustee Pay. I hope my next comments provide some reassurance for your concern. The first item that I would point out is families will also be able to access our ILE offerings on Saturday. So if the transportation is a barrier through the week, and I completely understand the perspective that you've outlined, they may consider a Saturday class. And the second point that I would offer, just for reassurance, we will be analyzing the data. So where there are schools that have robust enrollment in after-school programs, we would consider making that a hub, if possible. So know that we'll be, again, looking at the data, but with the priority to create as much efficiency as we can.
Thank you. Through your chair, I have another question regarding the staff proposal in a reduction in central staffing, including senior team, central staffing, central teaching staff, and other central administrative staff. Can any of the staff explain to me what that really means, that line? What the detail about this?
Thank you, and through the chair, we will be providing the detail next week. We are just finalizing the exact details ourselves, and know that it will be in the range of $5 million.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Chair. Please put me back on the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Swiss Kundaraja.
Hi, Chair, could you just add me to the end of the list, of this list? I'm just have to step away first.
Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to go back to the staffing impact on the adult day school. So you mentioned that the QP staff would be reabsorbed back into the organization. What about the other staff? Specifically, what about the teachers? Will there be layoffs, through the chair?
Thank you, Trustee Dawson.
Yes, through the chair. There's no guarantee that the closure of one of the sites will result in job losses. At the same time, there's no guarantee that it won't. At this point, it's premature to make any determination in that regard.
Okay. Through the chair, will we know that before we vote on this?
Through the chair, to be quite honest, I don't think that would be possible.
Okay, why not? Through the chair.
Through the chair, given that the main funding source for adult day schools come from student enrollment in classes, that then equates to the number of teachers. The fact that there's a potential closure of one school doesn't necessarily mean that the students will not be accommodated in the other sites, as well as virtual offerings. And this is why I think Senior Manager, my gosh, I'm having a senior moment. David Moore.
Through the chair, David Moore.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. David Moore, yes. That's why Senior Manager David Moore was saying that there's no surety of either loss or consistency, because we need our students to enroll after the classes after the courses have been offered. Then we need students to also enroll, and that will determine whether or not the classes will run through the quadmester. I hope that helps.
Okay.
Trustee.
So just to sort of paraphrase, if the site is consolidated and the same number of classes are offered, there wouldn't be layoffs. But that would be provided that an adequate number of students enroll.
Through the chair, that is potentially, yes. That's
Okay.
what would happen.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the permit fee increases, I was wondering what sort of impact, if any, that would have on the recreation programs that are offered at low to no cost after school, like Beyond 330 and the Boys and Girls Club programs.
Go ahead, Director. Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, could you repeat the last part of your question, please?
With the permit increases, I wondered what the potential impact, if any, would be on the after-school recreation programs that are offered at low to no cost right now, such as Beyond 330 or the Boys and Girls Club.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I can answer the question about after-school recreation programs. Those authorized after-school recreation programs are an obligation that we have based on before and after-school programming as outlined by the Ministry of Education in regulations. And so we have existing agreements with authorized after-school recreation providers, and there would be no change. I would defer to other staff if they can answer the question with respect to Beyond 330 programs.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm not sure if Executive Officer Pachetti would have the answer, or we can take that away.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think we will need to take that away and provide more information.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that would be really helpful because I have heard from some of my boys and girls clubs that there is some fear around increased permit cost. And those would be, I guess, for recreation program providers that are not licensed childcares and do not offer programming for the entire school age. Okay, next question. What is considered a device repair? Like, I know if we're considering passing on some of these costs to families, like what are we talking about? What does that all encompass? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I'll ask Executive Officer Singh to answer.
Through the chair, we're looking at physical damage to the device itself. For example, if the screen is damaged, to buy that damaged parts, the cost to the board is $125 just for the part. The IT department covers the cost for repairs, so there's no labor charges to it. There are smaller damages too. The keyboard is another one. And also sometimes the corner hinges are damaged, which sometimes are $25 to $30. But we start to see more and more screen damages coming back from the schools.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I can see that it's problematic when we're getting those kinds of damages, but I really hate to penalize the parents. $125 for a screen. That's a lot of money to a family. So I have concerns with that. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. We have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. In accordance with Board Bylaw 5.15.45, Trustee Arts and I would like to submit a written notice of motion regarding the lifting of the Ministry's education moratorium on school closures. This notice at this time for the consideration at the April 4th, 2024 meeting of the Planning and Priorities Committee. We're happy? Cool. Sorry? Okay. Through the chair, I would like to go back to the community programs. First, I want to clarify that I'm someone who hasn't been shy about suggesting that I'm not excited about us funding things that do not exist under our mandate. I believe that we have enough things to do on our plate, that we've got these consistent deficit challenges, and that operating outside of our mandate, I'm not excited about. That being said, I represent Ward 2 in Central Etobicoke, which doesn't have a community recreation center or a community hub. It also is home to the one of the country's electoral districts with the highest amount of seniors living in our ward. These programs and services and classes provide a tremendous benefit to the community. All that's a preamble to my question that pertains to in the documentation, and thank you to staff for all the work that went into providing all the information. It's a very informative, and like my colleagues, I'm very appreciative for all the information that's here. But we talked about in previous efforts to reduce the expense that, we raised by 20% the fees and 15% declined to return. But that's also at a time coming out of the pandemic when I'm not sure it's fair to suggest that all of the 15% that didn't return to the programming, some of those seniors didn't do it out of being concerned about public spaces and the ongoing ramifications of the pandemic. But even if we stipulate that the 15% was tied directly to the increase in cost, that means that 85% were willing to pay the higher costs to enjoy and benefit from these tremendous programs. So I guess I'm somewhat, like my colleagues, I'm somewhat reluctant to be totally dismissing the entire concept without knowing that we've done everything we can. If there's an additional sweet spot that requires an additional rate, to find a spot that we can do it at a revenue neutral model, then I think before we kill the programming, we ought to be seeing if we can find it. And I'm interested in exploring possibilities with the city as it pertains to partnerships and programming. And I've had people share that there's different areas of provincial funding available to the support of seniors, and that maybe this can be structured in a manner that accesses different provincial funding. But this is these are tremendously valuable programs to those who enjoy them. And I guess my question is, why aren't we interested in trying to find the sweet spot wherever that may be, as opposed to discontinuing the program altogether without trying?
Thank you, and through the chair, and I will look to my colleagues to contribute to this response to Trustee McLean. Trustee McLean, what I can share with you is the continuing I'm getting tired. The course offerings for our general interest programs have experienced a deficit steadily from 2010 on to varying degrees. What I'm seeing annotated is staff trying various things to try and find that sweet spot. I'm seeing 4 occasions where fee increases were introduced. Different modes of communication in regards to communicating to potential participants to let them know what is being offered. So we know this is something that is highly treasured by our community participants and certainly the Board of Trustees. It has had a very long history in the Toronto District School Board. Staff take our responsibility very seriously to be presenting options to you. We really reflected on the needs of our students and our core mandate. We understand completely the perspective that is shared this evening, but I want to reassure you that the deficit has been absolutely persistent, and staff have been working to try various things. Thank you.
And if I may, through the chair, just to add a little bit of more information. For the past few years that I've been the superintendent of this wonderful department, I know that there has been a lot of effort, and I happened to become the superintendent during the pandemic. So a lot of questions just to learn about general interest and senior day. One of the things that I have come to learn about it is that, as Associate Director Sarisco had mentioned, there has been several years where a deficit has been, an annual deficit occurred even prior to the pandemic. And that was something that was absorbed by the bottom line because of the value that TDSB has put into the general interest in senior day. At this current time, we have approximately 8,000 participants, which is significantly lower than we've had participants in the past. Having said that, of the participants, less than half are those who identify as seniors. And because they identify as seniors, they are also provided with a subsidized rate, which also is another challenge for the staff, because in the end, because this is a self-funded program, we do have to make sure that the instructors are paid at parity, and but yet the income also has to balance out. So this is where we're looking at that sweet spot, as you were saying. And that was also why last year the recommendation approved by the board was that we raise the fees by 20% for the full paying participants to see if we could get us in a better financial position.
We're confident that the vast majority of course offerings are available through the City of Toronto and colleges, private organizations, likely at higher rates. There are, as I mentioned in our presentation, a number of courses that are unique to us, and staff would take responsibility very seriously to be outreaching to the City of Toronto to try and have them offer those courses so our participants wouldn't have nowhere to go to engage in the great learning that happens every day.
Thank you. And through the chair, do we offhand know what the aggregate of the seniors discount would come to?
Through the chair, not offhand, but what we can share with you is that it's about 75% 75% off the full fee. Is that right? Is that right? Sorry, I apologize. My sage over here is suggesting that's 35%, not 75%.
Would it be possible to get that number for the 27th?
To quantify that percentage of what that...
No, I'm interested in the aggregate total of what you indicated. There's a limit of how many seniors we have in that are using this at a reduced rate. If we eliminated the reduction, and if we gave them an opportunity, reduced the subsidy so that they paid the full and gave them the opportunity to sign up, what economically that would represent. That's a number I'm interested in future. In the 11 seconds I have left, in previous years when we passed the baccalaureate issue, the issue was what colleague Laskin had shared. We talked about it, and then the process had already began. So can I get clarification about whether these increases are for the classes that will start in September or the classes that will begin a year in September?
Through the chair, and again, I regret my ears are failing me. Trustee McLean, are you referring to IB fees or for our seniors?
No, I didn't have a lot of time. I was pivoting really quickly.
Okay, I feel better.
I was just following up on the IB program issue. About the last time we were in favor and we got caught up because of the timing, and we decided it wasn't fair because kids had already applied, they had already made choices, and then we decided to put off, and then it went away. Now we're kind of having this similar discussion, so I'm asking whether that which is being suggested in terms of fees is for classes that will begin in September of 24 or in September of 2025. Thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Thank you for the clarification. I'll invite Diana to answer the question. In our report, we had indicated that we would recommend immediately, but I'll ask Diana to talk about the communication, history.
And through the chair, the website for the TDSB has let parents know for the last year and a half, really since the pause came up. Sorry, there's a bright light shining in my face. That there would be that the fee was under review. So we have let parents know that it is possible that there will be a change for September 2024 for the IB fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Trustee Siskandaraja, do you want to go next?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to pick up the questions around the permits, can I get the rationale for why the TDSB had opted to do the blended rate model?
Through the chair, my understanding, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong, is that a lot of work was done in 2010, I believe, in order to determine a rate. I think at that time it was expected to be I'm going to say 47% increase in fees. And so I think it was not supported. And then I think there was a slight increase in 2014. And I think it was blended because there is a challenge. One of the challenges that the Community Use of Schools Advisory Committee talks about is how do you allocate, say, caretaking fees on a Saturday? If I'm the only group in that school, I get it, I'm paying 100%. But if I'm one of two, am I only paying 50%? And if I'm one of three, am I paying 33%? And how are you going to calculate that? And from an administrative perspective, it was, how are we going to keep track of that? So I think the blended rate was landed on based on a lot of calculations to determine that this should cover the costs based on previous usage. So that's a long way to say I believe it was based on the data at that time, but it was a long time ago. And we have not had any increases in rates since then, and costs have gone up significantly.
I just worry through your chair how this is going to impact our programs on Sundays. Can you speak to that a bit more, staff?
Through the chair, I think that we will have to work with the Community Use of Schools Committee to address that. It will, if we move to a model where we have one rate and then we're charging the caretaking fees, it will be a significant increase for Sunday programming specifically. So we would have to look at, is there any other time that that the programs could be offered, that sort of thing, to do some work with those groups. But there is a true cost to the board for those programs on Sundays.
I'm really concerned about this, especially these weekend programs. A lot of our communities really depend on these weekend programs. This is the only outlet a lot of these communities have in terms of accessing services. And I really worry about the impact it's going to have on weekend programs, especially the communities who can't access those kind of programs elsewhere. So I want to ask staff, if you have a program that's running on the Sunday, will you now get priority to get your program moved to a Saturday or to a cheaper day, first priority? Because this is really going to shake things up. There's been organizations in these schools for many, many years. And, this isn't a light decision for, the organizations, but as well as the communities who these programs are often a lifeline to keep children busy on the weekends.
Thank you, and through the chair. So those are the types of discussions that we are going to have with the Community Advisory Committee and between staff to see how it could be implemented. It does state very clearly in the policy that these costs would be incurred. And so staff want to ensure that they are following the policy. We also recognize that it could have a significant impact on organizations. And so want to ensure that if it is a significant increase, that maybe we look at a gradual implementation, that sort of thing. But we have had conversations with the Community Use of Schools Advisory Committee, and they were understanding of the situation that we were in, or are in, and willing to work with us to determine how to best implement or how to best move forward.
Okay, so, naturally I feel very uncomfortable making these huge decisions. I understand about something that we haven't even had conversations about with community. I understand, costs haven't kept up with inflation, but our permit costs are astronomical as it is. Some of these fees are just, I don't even know how some of these organizations make ends meet, and really doing it just for the love of providing a particular service. So through Chair, I want to ask staff, how much is the rate going to go up for an individual organization? Do we project it to be a 10%, a 40%? Like, where do we think the number is going to land?
Through the chair, we will have to take that one away, and we can do some sort of scenarios looking at the increases. From my understanding, when this was looked at in 2010, it was a 47% increase, and it wasn't approved.
Yeah, so for me, thank you for that. I would need to get a better sense of what we're actually proposing. A 40% increase just sounds outrageous to me, especially at one time. So just wanted to share that there needs to be much more clarity around this. Just to jump to the international language programs. So my concern is, through your staff, if you can answer this, let's say there is a school that's full right now, has thriving program. Are we going to move it to another school because another school nearby doesn't have the numbers? And so in this effort to, my worry here is in the effort to create community hubs, are we losing the ones that are already thriving and then potentially make them not thrive by moving them to another location and not getting it might be serving more schools, but not, it might also, we might be losing students as well. Is that something that we're thinking about, have thought about?
Through you, Chair, thank you for the question and the opportunity to again provide some reassurance. You began by saying a school was thriving. So we would want to be sure that our definition of thriving was the same. And for us in this new model, that would mean that the class enrollment was very strong, a minimum of 25 students. And then you said that a neighboring school was not thriving. And so for us, that would be attendance patterns dropping below that. So we would be communicating with families in that school that did not have the enrollment levels that we needed to welcome and redirect them to the thriving school and make the thriving school a hub.
All right, thank you. It's a bit reassuring. These evening classes, is that an option for all grades? Maybe that was interesting for your
Trustee Siskandarajah, we cannot hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
It's.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
A little bit better. I just wanted to know through staff, the evening classes, what grades are those for? Is it all grades or is it intermediate and older kids? Who's ending at 8 o'clock?
Through the chair, for international languages, elementary, and African heritage, the grades that are offered are kindergarten, grade 8.
And so you
Through
have
the
kindergarten
chair.
class end at 8 p.m.?
I think she also asked, is it in the evening classes from the 5:30 to 8? Is it all grades or is it just a specific grade?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes. The delivery model currently offers programs for students from grades K to 8 at those different points, different entry points.
Thank you. Through the chair, for the outdoor education, I was reading the report and and where it traces the changes that we made in the motions we brought forward as a board. It says January 2004 supervision changes model of delivery from 5 days, I think, to 2.5 days. Can you expand on that? Was that the province? What does that mean, supervisory changes?
So thank you. And through the chair, I'll invite David to answer the question. I just want to reiterate, I think, what we heard, and you are, your internet, I think, Trustee, is not being reliable for you right now, but I think that you asked for an expansion about the past board motions regarding the grade levels and their access to outdoor education. Did we get that right?
Yes, in particular, the January 2004 supervisory changes model of delivery.
Regarding the motion from 2004? So,
yeah, it's in the section where all the motions, go through all the motions in the report.
all the motions, okay. I'll get that for us.
If you could just give us a moment, Trustee, sorry. Thank you, and through the chair, in appendix, we included the various board motions starting in June 2000, equity of access, where every grade 6 or 7 students would have the opportunity to participate in an overnight program. In grade K to 8, we'll have opportunities for day visits. In 2001, the model of delivery expanded that students get 2 day visits K to 8 and 1 5-day overnight visit in grade 6 or 7, and secondary and specialized programs offered only on weekends with full cost recovery. In 2004, the supervisor changed the model of delivery and the overnight visits changed from 5 to 2.5 days. And then in 2010,
that's all I needed to know. So that was an external decision when we went into supervision.
correct.
Yes, it's what I thought, but I just wanted to put that out there that we're having these conversations with, of course, something else also moving, a very real possibility, which is why I wanted to highlight it. And it kind of I just have a couple more questions, so please do that to the list.
If I could just add around some rationale behind that motion and the move from 5 to 2.5 day visits. Under supervision, that is where 3 overnight outdoor education centers were closed. And the move from 5 days to 2.5 days allowed us to maintain that mandate of every grade 6 to 7 student or 7 student getting an overnight visit.
Thank you, Trustee Siskandarajah. Vice Chair Davidis, go ahead.
Thank you. Ontario is the second wealthiest province in Canada, but has the 6th level of investment per child of all the provinces. When I was asking questions about the IT department and whether or not we're fully funded and so on, I wasn't suggesting that, you know, the way forward for us is to find other ways to make cuts to systems that we need to operate. You need to have a strong, sustainable system for our employees, our students, and so on. What I'm suggesting is that the levels of funding, the benchmarks that we rely on are incredibly old and outdated, and that we are basically funded to a system that didn't, in fact, have an IT system, as a matter of fact. And the way for us to afford to continue to go on is to forever find 1 to 2% efficiencies every year in places where they can no longer be found. For example, we no longer have money stashed away for a rainy day. About 10 years ago, Rob Ford was mayor and decided that he was going to get rid of free programming in priority neighborhoods. Those programs were decimated, never came back. People left, programs left. Council voted to put back the funding 6 months later. It did not make a difference. Those programs didn't come back because people had moved on. And we have seen some of this through COVID. Some of the folks that left some of the programs that they were participating in haven't come back. I feel budgets are about priorities. They're a statement of what our priorities are. They're statements of value, and a number of you have mentioned that already. But I also feel that that statement of value does not have to be limited by things that are not prescribed, and I'll explain. Yes, we have to balance the budget by the end of June. That doesn't mean that we can't come up with a report or a statement or a press conference or a number of other ways to communicate to the public what our statement of value would be if, say, for example, we were fully funded for our CPP and our EI. We can offer this to the public as a possibility, as a way to engage them in a conversation about the things that we could do better that would allow us to provide our students better educational opportunities. And that would speak to our core values and the new set of objectives that we have that we are going to approve with our MYSP report in a couple of days. If other generations of kids previously had opportunities to go to summer camp, weekend camp, I think we should figure out ways to continue to provide future generations of kids those opportunities as well. I think we should continue to provide opportunities for our seniors to continue to learn throughout their entire lives. Where community organizations are providing programs for us, we should continue to figure out ways to support them to provide those programs for us so that kids in all neighborhoods and all walks of life have opportunities to play soccer, learn chess, and do other things. I think we should figure out ways to make improvements that aren't just about making cuts or determining the distinction between cuts and efficiencies with a fine tooth comb. So we're going to be hearing from folks. I think a lot of people are not going to be supportive of the things that are in the report. I think staff understand this. And I think we wouldn't be having this conversation if we weren't shortchanged by the province. So I look forward to motions. I look forward to conversations about how we can make some of these improvements. But I also want to challenge us to have other types of conversations. So we're not doing the same exercise that we have been doing for the last 20 years in order to hopefully get to a new place. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Diabetes. Trustee Erhard.
Hi, so I'm going to, here, I just want to make sure that I have the slide open here. And thanks very much, everyone. I know this is going very late into the evening. I wanted to ask for more clarification on the proposed efficiencies around central staff. I'm wondering if staff could go back to that and give us a few more details. on what is being proposed there. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. So we will be providing the finalized details next week. Again, we're still finalizing it ourselves, but we are looking at reductions in the senior team. We are looking at reductions in other central positions that we review when people leave the organization, so through attrition. And we will also be looking at central teaching staff as well, just to find some savings there. To the total of approximately $5 million. The final details to be provided next week.
Okay, thank you very much. And I know it's been said a lot tonight, so I'll try to keep it very quick, just around the Learn for Life programs and their importance to the community. I know in the ward I represent, Toronto Danforth, there are some very unique facilities at Danforth Tech, and so there are some courses offered there that can only uniquely be offered at facilities like what is available at Danforth Tech. And I hosted a meet and greet in our ward earlier this fall at Danforth Tech. They actually had to shift my location because there was so much going on in the evening in the building. It was beautiful to me to see that building alive with so much going on. That building celebrated its 100th anniversary fairly recently, and it was a beautiful thing. And so I know that this is something that would not be brought forward if it wasn't for the chronic underfunding from the province. But I do want to reaffirm that these programs make our schools vibrant and serve an important community function that I don't think is replaceable without the unique offerings in our buildings with our expertise. For what it's worth. And I'll just read quickly from a letter that came to me this week. I've witnessed firsthand the transformative impact of these programs. And this is coming from a medical doctor. 12 years ago, at the beginning of my career, I was fortunate enough to be taught by this year's Jack Henshaw Prize winner. The Jack Henshaw Prize is an award in our Learn for Life programs in honor of someone's continuing commitment to this work. For this year's Jack Henshaw Prize winner, Narayana Reddy, who still teaches the bicycle repair course. Under Narayana's guidance, I've had the privilege of forging connections with individuals spanning generations and backgrounds. We continue to share this common experience. Our group spans retirees to young professionals, epitomizing the rich diversity and inclusivity that these programs promote. Moreover, in the face of mounting burnout, Learn for Life has served as a lifeline for many, myself and colleagues included. As a healthcare professional, I've witnessed firsthand the toll that prolonged stress and isolation can take on individuals. Enrolling in programs like Art Medal under the current tutelage of instructors like Toby Druce has provided me with a much-needed outlet for rejuvenation and self-expression. In recommending these programs to my patients, I've seen firsthand the transformative impact they can have in combating social isolation, particularly exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now more than ever, it is imperative that we invest in initiatives that prioritize mental health and community well-being. I hope it's okay that I use some time to communicate that. I think this message in particular really captures some of the things that I've heard are so special about Learn for Life, the intergenerational relationships, the unique course offerings that are not available everywhere, though. Those are the ones that I'm seeing and hearing about. And thank you for that time. I also wanted to just reiterate, because I've heard a few other trustees mention it, so I wanted to make sure the point was clear, that for our youngest learners in international languages, I really don't think that late time, I'm having a hard time imagining that would work. And in previous committees that I've sat on, they've tried to make swim programs that late into the evening. We always get low enrollment. I am quite concerned that at least in my community, I can't see our 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds taking language courses that late into the evening. I think it will affect interest in the programs. And I wanted to make sure that was conveyed. And thanks very much.
Thank you, Trustee Erhard. Chair Chinoslin.
Thank you. I want to go back to the issue of devices and some of the information provided in terms of the cost that we are incurring by devices not being returned. So in light of that, I'm someone who actually, I think it would not be a bad idea to, as was said earlier in the evening by Mr. Singh, the idea that we want people to have some skin in the game with these devices. They're things that we want kids to look after. We want them to take care of them. And I do think that it would be a good idea, and I hope that staff will consider perhaps bringing back, and I know we're not really doing motions tonight, but on this kind of, on ideas like this, but I would like to throw out the idea that there be some sort of fee that people pay in order to get a device, that they then get half of that fee back upon returning it. And I would suggest also that students, and I don't know if this is already in place, but that students don't get a device in grade 9 if they haven't handed back their device from grade 8. And if they don't do that, that there's a fee incurred or something. Like, at some point, I love that we do the one-to-one device. I believe in it wholeheartedly. But I do believe if there was a small fee associated with it, and I'm not talking a big fee, I'm talking like, I don't know, $30 or something, that, and it could be a sliding scale, it could be higher for some communities, lower, and maybe it's just a deposit in model schools. Like, I'm open to different ideas, but I do think the idea that, if someone forgets to return it at the end of the school year, they might walk into a school with it if they know that they're going to get $20 back. I know it's not a large amount of money, but I think that's the way, it might not get forgotten about. I don't think it's intentional necessarily that people would keep these things, especially when they're old and out of date, but because after 4 years, that's probably part of the challenge. But I do think it would be prudent of us to institute something like this that would generate some revenue and would perhaps make a difference and make a dent in the money that we're paying for the devices that are not returned. So I'm interested in creative solutions to that problem. And I'd like to see creative solutions to many of the things we've talked about tonight. The seniors programming, I'm interested in I've heard from so many people about why that's so important. So I am interested in creative solutions that we might be able to work out with the city or with the province in terms of other ministries coming in and helping. But I think this is one that in-house we could creatively think of some ways forward with. And so I will leave that with staff for now, but if there's desire from staff for a motion on it at a later date, I'd be happy to do that too.
Thank you, Chair Chanoslin.
I'll take the chair and Trustee Patel, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff, for this incredible detailed report, right? But before I say anything, I think there should be no discussion of any seniors program cuts, because this does not belong to us. It's a very straightforward, simple no. And when I say no, there are various reasons behind this. But before I go into this, I want to ask the staff, historically in the past, did we make money out of these programs?
Through the chair, As I had mentioned earlier, the history of the revenue balancing out hasn't been very positive, unfortunately, for the general interest senior day programs. We have been showing in the red for the past 15 years, whereas there might have been a positive maybe 1 or 2 years. So unfortunately, that has been the general trend, is that every year it's been in the red.
So through you, Mr. Chair, what I'm hearing is that since last 10 years, we are losing money on this program. Thank you. As Chair TWD said a while ago, we implement program, we cancel the program, people lose interest into this. And I like to call something like this a systematic killing of a program. People forget things. People lose interest into all those programs. Once we implement higher fees, or we try to cancel a program and re-implement later on. The other concerns I have about the outdoor education. I know we are trying to save costs, try to balance the budget. And again, I repeat this onus lies on the provincial government. I see $90 million very easily, $47 million into the teacher replacement cost, the CPP, and $40 million on special education. We are not talking about that. We are spending $40 million on extra money on a special education program, which we are not talking so far. So the talk should be how we can advocate more to get these funds back. Instead of cutting these backbone programs of the communities, eliminating programs for seniors, what are the reasons behind that? We have completely stopped the communication for Toronto for Life program or Learn for Life program. Like we used to send print copies at people's house in the past. It has stopped. What do we expect from the seniors? Check emails? I don't think so they will do it. So these are the various concerns. I mean, what are we doing to increase the participation of seniors in these programs? I would also like to see a detailed report, how this program is funded and the cost. And I like to see that how we are losing money on this. So that's one of my say to staff, if it's possible before the budget vote comes in. We have 5 adult sites. Will we know before the final vote which site will be closed?
Thank you, and through the chair. No, we do not. We want to do the analysis carefully and to be analyzing the home addresses and where our adult students are enrolling.
Thank you. To you, Mr. Chair. So the way the 5 sites are in different parts of the city, let's, for example, we take SCAS into a picture and we eliminate SCAS. So we expect a student from Pickering Scarborough town line to travel all the way to the West End. This is what we're expecting from a student from Scarborough.
Thank you, and for making that comment, Trustee Patel. Certainly, we are going to be needing to be considering geographic equity. And it is more likely than not that the sites that are in the center of the city would be the ones under consideration.
But
so, through you, Mr. Chair, is it possible?
You can't let the negative.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm asking this question again because before we vote on this, we would like to see a very clear picture on what are we closing and what is remaining. It's very important for all the trustees. None of the trustees in this room wants program cuts. And we need a very clear picture on this. So I would request to you, Mr. Chair, to staff, to have a very clear picture of which sites we are closing. I also have concern about closing of Kearney. I'm okay with a bit increase of a fees, that's okay, but what I heard from David, that the transportation cost, so I'm not sure where's the second site. If I know where the second site is, so at least we have a very clear picture of the schools we are located far from these sites. Is it fair, is it equitable for those schools to pay extra transportation costs because they are far from the sites? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the opportunity. So Kearney, as we know, is our furthest located outdoor education center, located 30 minutes north of Huntsville. So the travel time is 3.5 hours for that location. We would be offering and encouraging the 1,000 students who are participating on weekends going to Kearney to be traveling to our other sites that are much closer. And we are not closing Kearney. We are not offering weekend overnights.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go back on the list.
So that was your time, and I'll pass the chair back to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Davides. Trustee Laskin.
Given the hour, Mr. Chair, I'm going to wait, and I'm going to move business arising. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I said, given the hour, I'm passing, but I will come back on the list to move business arising after the vote to receive.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Arts. Trustee Pay.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question to ask the board. Understand the argument from the staff that we are underfunded. But have we ever been able to search for other sources for income? For example, why has the board not created an advancement fundraising function? We have millions of alumni. Many of them have done really well financially and operates in many affluent communities. Why has this never been explored such a role to bring donations, which is about just less than 0.1% of our total budget?
Through the chair, Trustee Pay, I'm just having a little bit of trouble hearing, but did you ask if we should be looking for donations to help us to fund?
That's correct. Yes. Yes, Associate Director.
We are not allowed to use donations to fund anything that should be funded through the grants.
Okay, great. Okay. I have another question. What benchmarking have the board staff done against other large school boards in both Ontario and other provinces to determine how TDSB is doing on costs and the efficiency?
So through the chair, we do look at other boards with regards to certain costs and programs when we do our jurisdictional scans with regards to what programs they're offering, what type of expenses they're incurring. And in most cases, I would say we're comparable. For example, for sick leave, it's not just TDSB that's incurring those costs. It's a challenge across the province that we've been incurring since 2012. In some cases, the costs of operating in TDSB are higher. In some cases, we have collective agreement provisions that are different than other boards across Ontario, and therefore we incur costs like our school-based safety monitors, for example, that help with supervision that other boards don't incur because we have different provisions in our secondary school collective agreement or secondary teacher collective agreements. So we definitely do that work all the time with comparing ourselves. We use our regional internal audit team and our own internal audit team to look at best practices. We are always looking for efficiencies. And I think that what you're seeing today when we bring these things forward is partially a result of doing some of those comparisons.
Okay, thank you. Is through your chair, may I ask is in terms of sick leaves, how we compare to other board? Do we have more sick leave days than other board?
Through the chair, I will ask either Associate Director Pon or Executive Officer Kennedy to respond.
Through the chair, thank you very much. On average, based on a recent study by the third party that Executive Officer Kennedy just mentioned many minutes ago, on average, TDSB staff have higher than average sick leave across close to 65 schools in their absence study. And this is consistent over at least the 5-year period that was in the study.
Okay, so basically we have higher sick leave compared other school board, right? Because there's, I think Ontario, I'm not talking other, province. Ontario, there's 72 school board. Have you ever done, any comparison with the other school board to see how many sick leave we have?
Through the chair, yes, as part of the absence study from SBCI, they have at least 65 school boards in their study. TDSB generally has higher than average sick leave over the last 5 years by a few days as a system-wide average. And this is compared to other school boards.
Could you give me a specific number? You said we're higher than average. What's average across, Ontario? I mean, what's our number?
Based on through the chair, based on the last study, the average across the school boards in the study was around 16 days per year. At TDSB is 20 days.
So we have 20 days. What's the percentile we're in that study? Say, are we in the top 20%, 10%, 5%?
Through the chair, I don't have the exact information, but it would be among the higher end of the group of school boards.
Okay, so what's the highest number of other school board? I just want to see how close we are to the higher end.
Through the chair, I don't have that information with me right now, but it certainly would be among the higher, amongst the school boards.
So your chair, as a staff, ever do any research on this? Why we have a higher, like always on the higher end in terms of sick leave days?
Through the chair, as we mentioned, with the assistance of the third-party consultant, they have provided some information on ways to address it. And so part of the challenges potentially is not insufficient resources in dealing with sick leave or absences. That was certainly one of the issues they raised. And other structural issues. We do have a structural issue in the way disability management is within people and culture. So one of the recommendations was to restructure it so it's under one department. Currently, it's decentralized within people and culture. So there's a number of things that they had recommended, and also a stronger focus on an absence management program. Thank you.
Okay, through your chair, was that possible for the staff to really look into the working conditions? To my understanding, if people don't want to work, sometimes it's not because they're sick. Sometimes because they don't want to go to workplace. Is that a possibility?
Thank you very much through the chair. These are questions that we are working with SPCI and will work with our unions to answer. Some of the questions posed by Trustee Pay will be easier for us to determine. Once we have implemented some of the suggestions and strategies put forward by the third party. So we will update the board as we gain more information that gives us an indication of the many sources of the absence problem that we are addressing.
Yeah, through chair, thank you, Madam Director. You know, that's my concern because think about it. For each sick leave days, we're tagged with $665,000. $665,000. And then if I do the math, 20 days, we're talking about $130 million. I do know that a teacher only works 195 days a year. But if they call in, say, average like 20 days, that amounts to 1 in 10 days, they're calling for sick. 1 in every 2 weeks, they're calling for sick. To be honest, we really need to study this, really find out why people are calling for sick. I understand some trustees is concerned that, people, maybe our rule regarding the sick leave is not very strict. People can just call in, I'm sick, they don't come. They don't need to provide any medical, letters from their physicians to prove they're sick. So I just don't know how we can tackling this sick leave days. This huge number of, resources being used on this to cover the sick leave days. I just wonder, is that possible, through your chair, is that possible for the staff provide our report?
Trustee Pay, staff wants to comment on this.
Okay.
So thank you, and through the chair, you are raising some questions that we also are asking with regards to, are there strategies that we can implement to ensure the wellness of our staff? And so we assume that people come to work when they can. And so we want to ensure that we are providing the conditions for people to come to work. We want to ensure that we are supporting our employees as best as possible. And what the data is showing is that our numbers are higher than average. And so what is it? It's something that staff has been grappling with. It's certainly, when you see that we've put in a budget reduction of $7 million for next year, because we are looking at strategies that try to address the heart of the issue and ensure that we are providing the conditions for our staff to be able to come to work and be here when they want to be here, which is our assumption is that they always would come to work if they can.
Thank you, Associate Director Zucker. Is through Madam Chair, I have another question for this. Have the staff ever looking into the teachers' morale in terms of calling frequent sick leaves?
Thank you very much. Through the staff throughout the pandemic and at different frequencies, we do put out staff surveys and ask for staff feedback. So we do monitor the conditions that are impacting their work. And we'll take that into consideration along with the data that SPCI is gathering, not only from the Toronto District School Board, but across school boards.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Director. Chair, I just don't know whether I can move a motion at the business arising to ask us staff to provide us a report to research why we have higher sick leave days when we compare to other school board. What really caused that? How we can improve that? And what procedure or policy we can put in place?
Trustee Pei.
Yeah.
So we are also doing motions on 27th. Would you consider bringing motion on 27th?
Sure. You know what is, I'm sorry,
And plus,
Chair.
you are also not a member of the committee, right?
Yeah, I don't think I can really bring the motion on 20th. Am I allowed, or some other trustee would be willing to help me out? Anyway, I'm out of time. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Madam Director wants to comment.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, Executive Officer Kennedy explained that there will be a report coming forward to board. So Trustee Pei may choose to hear that report and the discussion and then move a motion at that time. I just offer that as another possible suggestion.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Director. That's really helpful. Thank you, Chair. I finished my questions and comments.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. Traditionally in budget season, at this time of year, well, we usually do it later, but when we're at this phase, we in the past have gone to more effort to identify the difference in special education funding against our expenditures, and we don't seem to have done that here, even on the information that's been given to us to potentially share and advocate for. We haven't gotten an up-to-date breakdown of exactly the differential as it pertains to special education funding. Is it possible to have it for the 27th?
So through the chair, we can put together that information for sure. I would say, and I will go to my colleague as well, Associate Director Sarisco. One of our challenges and that we want to ensure is that when we're comparing our special education expenses to the supplemental special education grant, that we try to recognize other parts of like the foundation grant that supports students that have special education needs as well. So we can take that away and bring more information with regards to special education on the 27th.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just point out that we just published the financial facts, and for the current year we're forecasting $40.6 million deficit to funding for the special ed envelope. We haven't calculated it for the 24-25 until we see the grants.
Thank you. Does that include all of I get the sense that up front, this is an easy equation, but the reality is when you start factoring in all these other different areas, this starts to get gray. So I'm trying to, is that the gross, or is that in essence the net after we've combined all the other little components that actually contribute into that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be looking at the total special education expenditures against the funding offered in the ministry's calculation of the envelope.
So if I was meeting with the minister tomorrow, he'd agree with those numbers?
He would agree with those numbers.
Thank you. 40 million, that's just another, it's just another pocket of that easily exceeds that which we're going to spend hours and hours and hours trying to find when that reality is just abundantly clear. I have a question as it pertains to devices, and what is the value of I guess I'm trying to determine at the end of secondary school students' use of the computer and our attempts to get it back, what is its value with regards to the amount of time and effort it will take to polish it up?
Is that water? Is everyone having a shower?
I get that a lot, Utah. I appreciate the sentiment.
I don't know. Thank you, and through the chair. We are looking at we haven't had any devices that have been returned yet, other than the COVID devices. So our grade 5 students who received them initially are now in grade 7. Next year they'll be in grade 8. We'll collect them back. And I would say that we're looking at what the use of those devices could be. We know that it may potentially be able to support our elementary students that aren't part of the one-to-one program. They may be extras in the school for when people forget them. Like we're going to have to look at the use of them. You're right, a Chromebook after 4 years may not hold as much value as we have to consider the value compared to the effort, I think is what you're saying, and we appreciate that. So we are looking at what happens when they come back.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And through the chair, yeah, I do think there's at some point there's going to be a risk reward as to how far down that rabbit hole we're willing to go. My last question pertains to, and Uton, you should know I had a series of questions, but I've wrapped it down to one. Around the Kearney location, if we're going to change the students aren't going to go there for the weekend, and we're going to send them to a different. So I guess I'm interested in, because you've committed and you're clear, we're not closing, we're not getting rid of, but I am interested in who's using it and how often. If we're not using it for that purpose, how often are we using this asset that we own? That is, an hour and 3/4 away, that in and itself, because it's so far away, we are now reluctant to use in ways we've used in the past. So I'm trying to get to, we're not, like, who's using this? In your plan moving forward, who's going to be using it and how often? Just a ballpark, 20%, 70%, like just a sense of how often we're going to be utilizing that asset in the board.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. I would need to do a closer analysis to see which of our other sites are used at what frequency on the weekends. Some are used more than others. I would assume organizations such as Scouts movements, Girl Guides, even local school and youth groups in that region may take advantage of using that site, as happens at some of our other sites, whether it be Banting and Best Secondary School in Alliston using the Sheldon Center for Outdoor Education on weekends, or Girl Guides groups at the Albion Hills, the EOEC at Albion Hills, for example.
Okay, that wasn't really what I was after, so I'm going to assume that's because I asked it poorly, so I'll rephrase. But so, like, those kids from Scarborough were going up there on the weekends. They're not going anymore. They're going to a new site. So this is a facility we're not, the Kearney site, we're not using it for that purpose anymore. So it was 15 weekends, we're not using it anymore. So I'm trying to get to, and I'm glad that other people in the vicinity were permitting it out and are using it. It's better than it going to waste. But I'm interested in just getting a ballpark of what our use of our asset that's, an hour and 3/4 away is.
So 3.5 hours out of Toronto. All of our sites, including the Scarborough Outdoor Education School in Kearney, is 100% full with students through the school year of our own TDSB students. And we expect that to continue moving forward, and those visits that are currently happening on the weekend, it will reduce our overall capacity
but will still allow us to meet our mandate that every grade 6 student in the TDSB has access to an overnight outdoor education trip.
Okay, so then there is a cost to this then. Like when we talked about this, from my point of view, what I was hearing, and again, I'm not suggesting you said it, I'm just suggesting what I heard, but we were moving this programming from the weekend into the week, and there was no reduction in, but if you're telling me that we're moving it into a place that is currently at 100%, this change is going to result in some students not being use of our outdoor facilities. No?
Thank you, and through the question. First of all, Trustee McLean, you're coming to Kearney. We're going to get you on a bus and we're going to take you to Kearney. And any other trustee who wants to go for a visit, I think, yes.
No karaoke, just saying.
Okay, all right. All right.
Not doing that
Fair
again.
deal.
I'm done with that.
Fair deal. And David, please correct me if I speak with error. When we're saying 100%, all of our days are booked. That does not mean that we can't increase the number of students who are in attendance.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so we're not going to see displacement.
Thank you.
I think the other thing that I will add is that we do have capacity at our sites when schools don't bring all of their students for whatever reason. We fill those spots with additional schools and classes that have requested it through waitlist requests. We will have less opportunities for those additional visits through this.
No, but that's fair.
1,000 less students.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Can I pass on Chair, Didi, please?
Trustee Patel, go ahead. You're now currently the last person on the speakers list outside of the folks that have
It won't take much time, trust me.
motions.
So I got two more questions, and one is for clarification. We are also proposing decrease in central staffing. Will the trustees know before the budget which department, how many people will be let go, and where are the savings coming from?
Through the chair, yes, we will be providing those next week.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I was going through a past agenda item, and this is just for my clarification. So for a year 23-24 year, our estimate is 236,000 students. Out of that, 7,943 elementary teachers will be in a regular program. 3,681 will be in secondary teachers in the regular programs. So the total teachers will be 11,624. When I calculated the ratio, without taking the special education teachers into consideration, this is almost 20.3. But if I consider 1,938 special education teachers into it, this comes to 17.4, the ratio. I'm interested to know how this figure is at 17.4. And I think this figure does not count the librarians, the guidance. So I like to know the numbers, or am I missing something in this? To you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and through you. Just clarifying, Trustee Patel, these are calculations that you've done on the napkin? Like is it on a page somewhere?
It's in, I think it was March the 4th or 6th FPAC agenda item. I think it was a staff report.
Okay, and the
17.4
is in the report?
No, I calculated.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Thank you.
I calculated.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to verify before I began my response to you. So special education ratios, Trustee Patel, are governed by legislation. and they are determined by identification and class type. So the calculation that you've embarked on is a bit more complicated. So, for example, classes that are designated as classes for autism, students with autism, we have a maximum through the Education Act of having only 8 students in that class. So and for each exceptionality that is outlined for us. So the calculation is more complicated than taking the population and dividing it. The special education plan that we publish every year would have the number of our classes for each of the class type. Okay, but I'd be very happy to talk more about this perhaps when we bring more information about special education costs and staffing.
Good. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And before I close, I would like to thank staff. And no trustee is talking against the staff or any department. It's just what we have, and we are trying to do best for the students, for the parents, for the community members. And when we talk about those seniors, let's not forget, they're also our taxpayers. Directly or indirectly, they fund public education. Some seniors might have kids in the school, some might not. So it's the time that we should look after them. And June is very far from now. And I'm confident in staff that they will go back to the drawing board and find something more for us. And since Chair Chernoslin is here, and Madam Director, I would request both of you on behalf of the FPEC committee to go back to the Ministry of Education and tell them we have done enough. How much more are we going to cut? Every year, I think we are looking for pennies, and that penny becomes $100. So please, this is my request to both of you on behalf of the FPEC committee. June is too far. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If there's nobody else on the speakers list, I think we... Did you want to finish the meeting now? Okay. So sorry, go ahead, the director had a comment.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank the trustees. This is a difficult conversation with choices that in many ways you may find untenable, as do staff in some ways. But thank you for the respectful dialogue this evening. We are all seeking to get to a better place for our students, for our communities, and for staff across the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. So we have to receive the report first. For that, I think we need a mover and a seconder. Chair Chernoslin and a seconder, Trustee Arts. Do we need to do a vote on eScribe? Yeah, so we'll go on eScribe. If you don't have it open, just please yell out your vote.
Laskin in favor.
Lee in favor.
Chernoslin in favor.
Arts in favor.
Trustee Arts in favor. Absent. All right, so the motion carries. Trustee Laskin?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know that the chair of the committee requested that motions wait until we actually discuss the budget after the deputations on March 26th. But I moved a motion earlier on February 14th, before we did staffing, concerned about the messaging that will be out there in the reduction of VPs and schools safety staff, that we actually voted reductions when we approved the staffing model. And I made the point then that staff reconsider eliminating these positions from our system. And the reason why I'm actually wanting to move this is business arising to add them back is that staffing is happening right now in our schools. And even though this is only a committee meeting and it won't go to board for a few weeks, I think it's really important for us to signal that the committee supports adding these staff back. Given the hour, I'm not going to go through all the reasons why it's so important, but that the motion is prior to determining options to balance the 24-25 budget, the vice principal and safety positions that were assumed to be reduced in the original projection at a cost of $6.8 million as presented in the report be added back to bring the starting deficit position from $20.8 million to $27.6 million. And I'm hoping to have a seconder.
So motion is now moved. We need a seconder. Trustee McLean. Do we have anybody that wants to speak to the motion?
I just would like to ask if staff would like to comment on this.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we appreciate this potential motion. Anything we can do to stabilize staffing in our schools at this time would be helpful to our schools to plan for next year. To the point that was made earlier about working conditions, this is a very stressful time for staff. As timetables are created, assignments are provided to our staff and assignments are confirmed. So anything that assists us in actually giving an indication that there will be stability helps schools to plan forward, and unnecessary changes hopefully can be prevented.
Thank you, Director. Any speakers to the item? Seeing none, we can go to a vote.
Laskin in favor.
Oh, Chair, I had a comment.
Thank you, Trustee Arhart. Go ahead, please.
That's kind. Thank you, Chair. I thought I texted at the time. I just wanted to speak in strong support of this for stabilizing our system right now. I think it's just so, it's really important. I've just been trying to build up a case and going into old reports and seeing when we had 200 elementary vice principals in the system, and it's not quite 10%, but the reduction that was voted on through the staffing allocation for elementary VPs will cause instability at almost 10% of elementary schools across our system. And so I just think it's very, very important to stabilize that. I also, from what I'm seeing, the safety positions are still desperately needed. And so I really hope members of the committee will support this motion. You have my heartfelt support this evening with this, and thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Arhart. I'll pause for a second. Anybody else? Trustee Dawson. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'll be fast. Through the chair, I just, this is along the lines of what I'm talking about in terms of passing an aspirational budget. I think we need to just keep adding things back in. So I wholeheartedly support this motion, even though I'm not on the committee, and I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Pause for a second. Not seeing anybody online, not seeing anybody in person. We'll move on to the vote.
Laskin in favor.
Cherneslin in favor.
Arts in favor?
Trustee Lee? Motion carries unanimously. We have now. Thank you so much for beating me to that. A seconder. All in favor? All against?
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Thank you, chairs.
Thank you.